you, Carolyn?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, ma'am.
I wanted to ask you, how often do you want breaks?
Um, this old dog can go for a while. It's up to you, ma'am. I mean, if you prefer one every hour, every 2 hours, every hour and a half. If you're getting tired, I usually tell people, if you're getting tired and, usually I am, but if I really need one, I will let you know.
Okay.
I can go 2 hours, depending, now if it's a doctor, that's going to be a little different.
Okay.
But if they're lay witnesses, usually.
Okay. Very good. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, let me start this.
It's not an answer, yes.
Did you want me to bring me those little end tables over in your room?
No, not right now.
I can do it.
Not right now. Thank you. I don't know why the headphones aren't working. Find my other headphones. I don't know. You know what?
Kim, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. I would ask Mr. Killinger if you would please turn on your video and keep your video, since you're a party, if you would please keep your video on for the hearing. Thank you. Okay, let's get started. We are here today for a public hearing in case number 20-00181-TR-EN. We've got some background noise going on. If anyone has YouTube running, you need to turn that off. Is anybody else? Okay, I think it's gone. No.
Guess not.
I think it was Miss Ashworth because you just muted yourself and the sound went away.
Sorry, it's the air conditioner.
Okay. Okay, the caption of the case is in the matter of the order to show cause against Running Bear Rescue, Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS, in the matter of the formal complaints of Wendy Jo Ashworth and David Killinger against Running Bear Rescue, DBA Rocky Mountain EMS, in the matter of the petition of the Transportation Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission for immediate suspension of the operating authority of Running Bear Rescue, Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS to provide ambulance service. So no requests for public comment were made. So at this time, I'm going to take appearances. First, I see Wendy Jo Ashworth. Miss Ashworth, could you confirm you're present?
I'm here.
Okay. I see David Killinger. Could you please confirm you're here?
I'm here.
Okay. Who appears for Running Bear Rescue, DBA Rocky Mountain EMS?
Ray Padilla, and with me is George Smith.
Okay, and I'm going to be referring to Running Bear Rescue, DBA Rocky Mountain EMS as Rocky Mountain EMS. Who appears for commission staff?
Thank you. On behalf of Transportation Division and staff, my name is Bradford A. Borman.
Okay, are we ready to begin with examination of the first witness, which is Ms. Ashworth?
No, ma'am. I have several matters that I need to have cleared up with regard to the scope of this hearing and with regard to evidence that is ultimately going to be allowed.
Go ahead.
Okay, the first thing, and I'm not sure whether this is a motion to dismiss or a motion to determine the scope of the hearing. I'm not exactly sure how to express this motion, but the basis of the motion is that because of the history of this particular case, more specifically, because of the hearing that the whole commission had on December the 11th of 2020, it is not appropriate to, in this hearing, hear the testimony of complainant Wendy Jo Ashworth, nor is it appropriate in this hearing to hear the testimony of complainant David Killinger, nor is it appropriate in this hearing to hear the testimony of PRC investigator Vince Crispin. And basically, here's the argument. Ms. Ashworth filed her formal complaint on September 21, 2020, and Mr. Killinger filed his complaint on September 30, 2020. The commission thereafter entered an order requiring the investigation of that complaint, of both of those complaints. And so the first report that resulted from that commission order, and it was entered into evidence at the hearing as exhibit number one. That's a report from Mr. Martinez. And that report at the top says it involves case 20-00181-TR-EN and 20-00187-TR-EN. For the record, the case that is case number 181 was the original number that was presented, that was given to the complaint of Wendy Jo Ashworth. And the complaint that is entitled, or the case that was entitled number 187 is the number that was provided to the complaint of David Killinger. So the complaint itself says that on October 28 of 2020, the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission signed an order requiring the Transportation Division Investigation Bureau to conduct an investigation on two formal complaints. And it specifically refers to the complaint filed in case number 181, Ms. Ashworth, and in case in September, and in case number 187, which is Ms. Killinger. So in essence, what happened is the commission recognized that there were these two formal complaints filed. And as a matter of fact, before this happened, when I filed a response to those complaints, as ordered by the commission made a determination with regard to the response of each complaint, and the commission dismissed certain aspects of Ms. Ashworth's complaint and dismissed certain aspects of Mr. Killinger's complaint. And then they ordered this investigation to take place. So Exhibit 1, which was entered into evidence and was considered by the commission at the hearing on December 11th of 2020, dealt with the complaints of Wendy Jo Ashworth and David Killinger, which both complaints, it's respectfully submitted, were very generalized in nature and did not make reference to any specific statute that was violated, nor did they make reference to any specific rule that was violated. Although the commission rule with regard to formal complaints, which is Rule 1.2.2.15, specifically requires that there be a specific reference to a rule or a statute or the violation that is being alleged. In any event, the first exhibit, Exhibit 1, that was entered at that hearing involved the investigation of both what I would call very vague complaints, and was considered by the commission at the hearing of December 11, 2020. At that same hearing, there was entered into evidence and the commission heard testimony with regard to Exhibit number 2, which is another investigative report that was filed by James Martinez, PRC investigator James Martinez. That report is dated December 7 of 2020, and that report specifically refers to case 20-00181-TR-EN and 20-00187-TR-EN updated investigation. And in the synopsis, it says, on Wednesday, December 2nd, at approximately 6:10 p.m., New Mexico Public Regulation Commission signed an order requiring the Transportation Division Investigation Bureau to conduct an updated investigation of Rocky Mountain EMS. But the investigation was specific to the two complaints, the one by Ms. Ashford and the one by Mr. Killinger. And again, the commission as a whole heard an argument with regard to that particular matter, and the decision, I'll get to that in a minute. Then when we get to staff exhibit number 3, which was presented to the commission and which testimony was taken on, that is the investigative report of Vince Crispin. And Mr. Crispin says that on Wednesday, October 28th, Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta assigned me to assist investigator James Martinez in an investigation he was conducting on Rocky Mountain EMS. Investigator Martinez asked me to follow up with complainants David Killinger and Samantha Yurchek. The report itself makes it clear that investigator James Martinez was doing the follow-up with regard to Wendy Jo Ashworth. That report not only dealt with his follow-up, but that report attaches to it as exhibits the original complaint by Mr. Killinger, and that's exhibit, it says exhibit SUP-B, and it also attaches as an exhibit an additional typewritten statement by Mr. Killinger that is dated November 13th of 2020. It's essentially an email to investigator Crispin, and that's attached as exhibit SUP-A, and SUP I assume is supplemental with regard to both of those, since Mr. Crispin was in fact assisting investigator James Martinez, who was the primary investigator on that particular matter. In any event, as with exhibits 1 and exhibit 2, the commission heard extensive testimony with regard to the report of Mr. Crispin. Finally, there's exhibit number 4, which is a third report by investigator James Martinez. And again, investigator James Martinez says that the report pertains to case number 20-00181-TR-EN and 20-00187-TR-EN. And that report is dated November 16 of 2020, and it's entitled a supplemental investigation report. And it states that on October 29, 2020, Mr. Bennett was an investigator, asked him to participate in an investigation. This aspect of the investigation report that was submitted by Mr. Martinez doesn't specifically refer back to the complaints, the very generalized complaints that were made by Ms. Ashworth and Mr. Killinger, but it does touch on at least one aspect of the complaint, and I believe that's the complaint of Ms. Ashworth. In any event, the commission again heard significant amount of testimony and listened to cross-examination with regard to each of those 4 reports. There were 2 other exhibits that were admitted before the commission that day, but those exhibits, I'm sorry, there was 1 other exhibit that was issued that was provided to the commission that day on behalf of staff, but that exhibit does not pertain to the investigation. So when the commission entered its order in that particular matter, that order was with regard to case number 20-00181-TR-EN, because by that point in time, the commission had ordered that the cases of Ms. Ashworth and Mr. Killinger would be consolidated. So it's clear that on this record that the commission has already dealt specifically with the complaint of Ms. Ashworth and with the complaint of Mr. Killinger. And in your procedural order, your most recent procedural order, and there have been quite a number of them in this case, but your procedural order that is the most recent order specifically states that all the evidence and all of the exhibits that were dealt with at the hearing of December 11th are admitted as evidence and exhibits in this particular case, and that no examination will be allowed with regard to that subject matter. So it's the position of the respondent that the commission was aware of the formal complaints that were filed by Ms. Ashworth and by Mr. Killinger, and the commission made a determination to have an investigation done with regard to those complaints. And as a matter of fact, there were 3 separate aspects of the investigation as far as Mr. Martinez was concerned, and then there was 1 aspect as far as Mr. Crispin was concerned. Therefore, the decision of the commission as a result of the hearing of December 11th of 2020, and that decision was signed by the commission on December 11th of 2020, but it wasn't served on the parties until December 14th. And my recollection is the hearing was on a Friday, and the commission made their decision on a Friday and signed their order. And so the 14th was the following Monday, and that's when it was actually served on the parties, and to the best of my recollection was actually filed in the record. But the point is that the commission has already determined everything that it decided that it needed to determine with regard to the complaints of Ms. Ashworth and Mr. Killinger, because the investigations were meant to go into the specifics, or to specifically go into the more vague allegations of the complaint so that the commission could make its determination. And as the hearing examiner and everybody else that's here is aware, except perhaps the court reporter, the result of that hearing was the suspension of the operating authority of Rocky Mountain from December 11th of 2020 through today's date, and ultimately a final determination by the commission. So therefore, since the commission has already heard extensive testimony and has already made rulings with regard to the complaints of Wendy Jo Ashworth and with regard to the complaint of David Killinger, and because the report of investigator Crispin only deals with that particular aspect of the investigation, that the testimony of none of those three people should be allowed today in any respect, because it's already been decided, and the hearing examiner's order has stated that that will not be gone into again. And we've got this hearing set for an entire week, in part because of the large number of witnesses that were to take place. And with regard to Ms. Ashford and Mr. Killinger, I've been granted 2 hours to cross-examine each of them, and then each of them has later been granted an hour to cross-examine Mr. Smith. And none of that is either necessary nor appropriate under the circumstances of this case. So we would respectfully request a ruling at this point in time that there will be no testimony in this particular hearing from Ms. Ashworth, from Mr. Killinger, or from Investigator Crispin.
I don't need to hear from Mr. Borman, Ms. Ashworth, or Mr. Killinger on this, because I'm going to deny the motion, whether it's a motion to dismiss or to narrow the scope of the hearing, for two reasons. One is that, Mr. Padilla, your argument is inconsistent with the Commission's December 21st, 2020 order consolidating cases, in which case, in that order, the Commission consolidated the complaints of Ms. Ashworth and Mr. Killinger, and it vacated the hearing that was scheduled to begin on July 4th, 2021, in case number 19-00298-TREN. And in decretal paragraph D of that order, the Commission said the hearing currently scheduled to commence on July 4, 2021 is hereby vacated, and the hearing scheduled to commence on April 12, 2021 shall hear matters and resolve the issues presently posed in both case number 20-00181-TREN and case number 19-00298-TREN, with hearing examiner Glick designated as hearing officer as already designated by previous Commission orders. And the second reason I'm denying your motion is that the most recent procedural order that I issued on January 5th, 2021, paragraph Q states, except as stated in paragraph R, the deadline for filing pre-hearing motions is February 19, 2021. The exception provided in paragraph R relates only to filing pre-hearing motions related to Rocky Mountain EMS's response. So your motion is also untimely.
Clarification of the record, when you were speaking, Ms. Hearing Examiner, you twice made reference to the hearing that was vacated, and what I heard was you said July 4th of 2021. Obviously, we're sitting here in April, and it's not even July 4th yet. I think you misspoke and you meant to say January 4th, 2021.
You're correct.
Okay, so I have another motion.
Well, it's, again, the deadline for filing pre-hearing motions was February 19, 2021. So it is too late.
Well, for the record, then I would make an offer of proof that my motion should result in dismissal or limitation of the 2019 case, because what happened in this case is that the Commission ultimately consolidated case number 19-00298 298 into case number 20-00181, and that the normal procedure is to consolidate the newer case into the older case, so that the effect of what the commission did is essentially to decide what the case, the 2019 case was already, had essentially been decided. And furthermore, the commission, with regard to the 2019 case, had entered an order previously which stated that the suspension, the temporary suspension of Rocky Mountain EMS, which took place in October of that year, was lifted. The certification was reinstated, and Rocky Mountain EMS was declared to be fully in compliance as of that particular date, and therefore that decision has been made. And so my offer of proof is that based on that, that aspect of the case should not proceed further today.
Again, your motion is denied. Is there anything else before we begin with examination of the first witness?
Just one moment, let me look. I'm interested in, with regard to the scope of the hearing pertaining to the order, with regard to the initial complaint in this particular matter, the complaint that was originally 19298, and the staff has filed an updated order in which it deleted certain photographs, but you as the hearing examiner has also entered rulings in this particular matter pertaining to the dismissal of numerous sections of the rules of the PRC. And when staff filed this revised and updated petition, those were not excluded. So I don't believe that it's appropriate for that particular petition to be accepted into evidence containing references to statutes that have already been ruled not to be applicable to this particular case.
Mr. Borman, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'll just respond by saying I think I followed the directions that were included in the superseding procedural order, which directed staff to remove certain portions of the petition, and that's what I did.
So, Mr. Padilla, to the extent that the first part of staff's petition alleges violations that have been dismissed, I'm not going to consider those. And I will say those allegations will not be admitted for the proof let me just leave it at that. I am capable of knowing which allegations I dismissed, and I will not consider any references to such allegations that are in staff's petition.
The next matter that I'd like some clarification on is who's actually going to testify in this case with regard to the 4 people who staff says are going to testify with pertaining to affidavits or statements that they made. Those 4 people would involve Paula Johnson, Mario Monet, Luis Villegas, and Ed Rue. Your order required and provided a deadline for setting forth witnesses that will be called in this particular hearing. The initial witness list that was provided by staff only included 2 individuals, and that would be Mr. Martinez and Mr. Crispin. And those at the hearing in January, when this matter was considered, I believe that you, as the hearing examiner, brought up the issue as to whether or not staff intended to call these other witnesses. And Mr. Borman said that he did, and that he needed until the following Friday to determine whether the witnesses were going to be testifying. The first witness list simply said that staff proposes to call these particular witnesses, and it's our contention that providing a witness list saying that what staff proposes to call as opposed to will call was a violation of the hearing examiner's order. Secondly, when staff filed the second witness list, which was allowed by the hearing examiner, again, staff said proposed to call. Because staff had included 4 people, I contacted those 4 people, and as of last Thursday, April the 8th, I was told that by 2 of those people, which would be Mario Monet and Luis Villegas, that they weren't even aware that there was a hearing this week, and that they had no plans to testify at this week's hearing. And when I contacted Ed Rue, I was told that he had other matters scheduled and he will not be testifying in this particular matter. So I'm interested in who I did talk with the attorney for Ms. Johnson, and he indicated that he was going to have her testify. I'm assuming that when she testifies that he's going to be listening in. I don't know whether he's going to attempt to represent her in some manner or other, and we'll have to deal with that at this point in time. But as I say, 3 of these 4 witnesses told me they weren't going to be testifying, and this was last Thursday. So I'd like to know where we're going with those 3 witnesses that were supposed to be will call witnesses.
Mr. Borman, can you respond, please?
Yeah, I can respond. First of all, with regard to Ms. Johnson, I have also been in communication with her attorney, and she does plan to testify, at least on a limited basis, for what she can testify to in this case. We have reached out to Mr. Monet, Mr. Villegas, and Mr. Rue. My understanding from talking to our staff is that Mr. Rue would be available to testify, and that Mr. Monet would be available. I'm not sure what had happened with Mr. Villegas. I do know that staff did not subpoena these witnesses, and that was a choice that we made because we felt that that would be counterproductive. And we are not in control of whether or not someone chose to testify. Even if you subpoena them, I'm not sure the I'm not sure the enforcement mechanism that would force them to appear. So, I mean, that's the reason why we characterize in our pleading witnesses that we had planned to call, that we had proposed to call. If someone shows up for the hearing, we will call them. If they have decided that they do not wish to participate, I don't know what there is I can do to control that. I will add that we also identified Mr. Crispin as a witness. We identified Mr. Crispin even though he doesn't have anything additional to add in this case beyond what was stated at the December 11th case, but we had him in case the hearing examiner had questions that you wish to inquire of him to, to clarify the record or to flesh out the record. That's why we identified, again, him as a potential witness. That's my response.
Well, Ms. Hearing Examiner, based on what was just stated by Mr. Borman, it appears that Mr. Crispin is not a necessary witness in this particular case because Mr. Borman has said he has absolutely nothing to add, but he was added as a precaution in case the hearing examiner had additional questions. To that, my response would be that you were the hearing examiner who conducted and made rulings at the hearing of December the 11th, 2020. And had you had any questions, you were free to ask any questions at that particular point in time. And in addition, the record of what happened on December 11, 2020 shows that numerous members of the commission had the opportunity to ask questions and did in fact ask questions. So Mr. Crispin seems like for lack of a better word, a no-brainer to me, that if he doesn't have anything further to add, then we shouldn't take up his time waiting for when he's going to testify, and he shouldn't be somebody that's going to testify in this particular matter. And as far as the others are concerned, Mr. Borman is telling me, or is telling you, that staff reached out to these people, and I understand that he has a staff that's available to him to talk to these people, but I spoke to these people personally, and I am, as an officer of the court, representing to you as a hearing examiner, that the three people whom I have previously stated, Mr. Villegas, Mr. Roux, and Mr. Monet, all told me that they would not be testifying, and that Mr. Villegas and Mr. Monet were not even aware that there was a hearing. Mr. Roux was not specifically aware that there was a hearing, but had received a message from his manager that the PRC had called his place of employment. He works in southern New Mexico, and he explained to me that he had been in the state of Texas for the prior 2 weeks, and he was going back to New Mexico the day that I talked to him, which was Thursday the 8th. And he was turning around and going back to Texas on today, and that he would be traveling all day today, and that he would not be available for the rest of the week, and specifically stated, no, I will not be testifying. And I believe that I'm entitled as an officer of the court who followed up on this to rely on the statements of those three individuals, and that none of them should be expected to testify in this particular matter.
Okay, first with respect to, is it Crespin or Crespin?
I think it's Crispin, Your Honor, but
I'll let Vince speak for himself.
It's Crispin, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Crespin, I have no questions for you, so you are excused as a witness from testifying at the hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But thank you, Mr. Borman, for making him available in case I did have questions. I think the commission and myself want to hear as much evidence as possible in this case. So I am not going to exclude Mr. Roux, Mr. Monet, or Mr. Villegas from testifying if they appear to testify. Is there anything else?
let me see. I have a question with regard to an order which it's my understanding that Mr. Borman followed up on, but I'm not sure how he followed up on it. you had entered an order stating that if staff intended to use certain video in this particular matter, that they provide that video to the court reporter by, I think it was the 5th, I think it was last Monday was the date that they would be provided. And I say that I think Mr. Borman complied, or at least attempted to comply with that order, because I saw some emails that went back and forth asking what the address for the court reporter was. And I followed up on Friday. I called the court reporter's office and asked if they had received something. I was told that they had received a thumb drive, but the person that I spoke to didn't know what was on the thumb drive, didn't have a copy of the thumb drive in her possession. She's the one that had accepted it, but apparently she provided it to the court reporter in this particular matter. But I wasn't provided with a copy of the thumb drive, and I'm not sure that the hearing examiner was provided with a copy of the thumb drive. There is nothing on the exhibit list that makes reference to any video whatsoever, so I don't even know what that pertains to, but I don't believe that the video should be admissible, especially without myself and yourself having an opportunity to view it. And to my knowledge, the court reporter has never been requested to upload the video or to make it available to anybody. So as I say, with regard to the video evidence, which it's my understanding would pertain to the photographs which have already been excluded in this particular matter, that video should not be considered in this particular case, or if it is, and I would strongly suggest that it shouldn't be, but if it is, then Mr. Borman should provide me with a copy of it so that I know what it is.
Okay, Mr. Borman, I don't need you to respond because I'm going to deny the motion. Mr. Padilla, in one of my orders, I don't recall which one, I ordered staff to provide both myself and you a copy. These are the cell phone videos. I received mine. I can't speak to whether you received yours. We can hear from Mr. Borman as to whether he had those delivered to you. We are talking about the videos that are on Mr. Martinez's cell phone. And in my March 24th, 2020 order that I issued in case 19-00298-TR-EN, the order is entitled Order on Respondent's Motion to Strike All References to Photographs and Videos. I said that your motion, Mr. Padilla, to strike the videos taken by Investigator Martinez on his cell phone should be denied. I said, while copies of those videos are hearsay, Investigator Martinez took the videos on his cell phone and presumably will be available to be cross-examined at the hearing, unlike the anonymous caller who took the photographs attached as part of Exhibit I. If staff intends to rely on the cell phone videos to prove that an unqualified driver was driving ambulances for the respondent, it shall show the relevant parts of the videos at the hearing, accompanied by live testimony from Investigator Martinez, identifying 1, the date that the video or videos were taken, and 2, the driver or drivers of the ambulances, if he has that knowledge. The hearing examiner shall give any such videos the weight she determines appropriate. And this actually is the same order where I required staff to serve the respondent with them to ensure they are the same copies previously provided to the respondent's attorney.
For the record, Madam Hearing Examiner, it's not necessary to ask Mr. Borman if in fact he had that particular video. And I'm assuming, I don't know, but if it's the same video that was the result of your order, my recollection is that order was entered sometime around June of 2020. And in fact, Mr. Borman or somebody had those videos, had a video, a single disc delivered to my office. But again, that video, no video has been uploaded as an exhibit in this particular matter. And so I don't know what's there and how can it be an exhibit? Your order was clear that these exhibits had to be uploaded and there was a deadline given for uploading the exhibits and the exhibit wasn't uploaded. So I would respectfully request that the video, whatever it is, not be allowed.
Mr. Borman, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, again, I think I'm pretty confident I was complied with the exact directive of the superseding procedural order. I uploaded the documents that you said I would be able to upload and make those exhibits. And I delivered to the court reporter's office a week ago the video that I was directed to provide. I guess the only difference is that I provided a thumb drive rather than a disk because I don't have the ability to make a disk on my computer. But I think a thumb drive still meets that requirement. So.
Okay, I'm denying your motion, Mr. Padilla. I will allow staff to rely on the cell phone videos. And just so we all remember, paragraph O of my most recent procedural order says, if staff intends to rely on the cell phone videos taken by Investigator Martinez to prove that an unqualified driver was driving ambulances for RM EMS, it shall show the relevant parts of the videos at the hearing, accompanied by live testimony from Investigator Martinez, identifying 1, the date that the video or videos were taken, and 2, the driver or drivers of the ambulances if he has that knowledge. Any such live testimony shall occur when staff initially presents Investigator Martinez as a witness before he is made available for cross-examination.
For the record, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would note that you stated that the video that you intended to be utilized is video that exists on Mr. Martinez's cell phone. The testimony of Mr. Martinez's deposition is that he did not have the video on his cell phone. I asked him about it and therefore was denied the opportunity to obtain any discovery with regard to the video at that point in time. The video was not attached to the original petition, is not attached to the revised petition. And I would submit that the utilization of this video, which I don't know what's on that thumb drive, and I would ask at a minimum that video either be uploaded by the court reporter or a copy of the thumb drive be provided to me so that I can appropriately cross-examine with regard to the video. But it's not a part of the petition. Mr. Martinez admitted it in his deposition that the video was not with the original petition. It was not made a part of the most recent restated petition. And again, I don't think it should be admitted. I understand your ruling is that it can be utilized, but I do believe that I am entitled to have it provided to me before I cross-examine Mr. Martinez so that I can see exactly what's on that video.
Again, your motion is denied, Mr. Padilla. I'm just going to say one more thing with respect to this, and I'm not going to hear any more. The order that I quoted from earlier that I issued in case 19-00298-UT on March 24, 2020, ordered staff to provide that video to yourself and to me. And the video that I was referring to, that I said that I would allow staff to rely on at this hearing, is that same video. That's all I'm saying on that. Your motion with regard to that is denied. Is there anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have one logistical issue I just wanted to remind you of.
sure.
And that is that I have my second COVID shot tomorrow at 11:30. And so I would like to break for lunch tomorrow early at, say, a few minutes after 11, so I could do that.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Borman.
Thank you.
Mr.
Madam Hearing Examiner, are we going to, I assume we're going to be taking breaks, but what type of time frame should I be relying on? Are we going to take a break every hour and a half, every 2 hours?
I'm going to say about every 2 hours, except I'll probably take a break around 10:30 today. I'll probably in the mornings take a break around 10:30. Probably break for lunch around noon, take a 45-minute break for lunch, and then probably 2 breaks in the afternoon. Because I don't want to go more than 2 hours without a break.
Thank you.
Ms. Ashworth or Mr. Killinger, any matters you want to raise before we begin with testimony?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So Ms. Ashworth, you're the first witness. Just a minute here. Ms. Ashworth, do you have in front of you a document titled Notice of Filing of Wendy Jo Ashworth's Complaint with Dismissed Allegations Struck Through?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to mark this document as Ashworth Exhibit 1. Ms. Ashworth, did you write this complaint?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you understand that I struck through some sentences of your complaint in response to the commission's finding that it lacked jurisdiction over some allegations in your complaint?
Yes, ma'am.
Are the statements that you make in your complaint correct and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you wish that your complaint as redlined by me be admitted into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any objections? Okay, Ashworth?
Mountain objects, Your Honor, on the basis that this is supposed to be a redacted complaint. And while I understand that it may have been somewhat difficult to redact because the commission's order with regard to the complaint was a little less specific than the order with regard to Mr. Killinger's complaint. With Mr. Killinger, the commission was able to say paragraphs 1, 2, 3, or whatever are dismissed. With regard to this particular complaint, the commission basically said that allegations of employee pay issues, unethical or harassing conduct of employees, narcotic containment or availability to employees, or OSHA matters were dismissed. With regard to the redaction, I believe that the redaction is not complete. For example, the order said unethical or harassing conduct of employees, and when you look at the second paragraph of this particular complaint, for example, it says, I have heard and read Mr. Ed telling his lawyers that they needed whatever to do they can to move hearings back. Ed has threatened staff and talked, if they talk to the BRC, that's the harassing conduct, I believe, that should have been excluded from this particular matter. And therefore, I don't believe that it was redacted in accordance with the commission's orders. So I object to its being admitted in the form that it is.
Okay, Mr. Padilla, I'm denying your motion. I issued this notice of filing with the dismissed allegations struck through. I issued it on December 7th, 2020. Your motion is untimely, not only for that reason, because my order was issued back in December, also under my procedural order where I set a deadline for filing pre-hearing motions.
And for the record, I would like to note that every time that the staff has missed a deadline in this particular case, or the staff has brought up an issue in this particular case, that the hearing examiner rules in favor of the staff, and the hearing examiner consistently rules against the respondent in this particular matter. The rules require the hearing examiner to be unbiased in this particular matter, and my client is concerned that the hearing examiner is not acting in a manner that does not show favoritism to staff.
Okay, Mr. Padilla, I'm unbiased, and just briefly, I will tell you that I have issued orders granting some of your motions in response to one of your motions filed in case 19-00298-UT. I dismissed some of the allegations made by staff in its petition. I'll also say that I struck some of the photographs from staff's petition because I found them irrelevant. I dismissed the anonymous complaints to the extent they are not corroborated at the hearing. Okay, so Ms. Ashworth, your exhibit 1 is admitted. And at this time, Mr. Padilla, you have 2 hours for cross-examination of Ms. Ashworth.
Mr. Ashworth, do you have the complaint in front of you?
Yes.
Ms. Ashworth, you're kind of loud. Could you turn down your audio just a little bit, please? Thank you.
Is that better?
Can you say
Yes.
something so that we can see if that's appropriate?
I just did.
Is that an
That's-
appropriate level?
Yes, for me it is.
Okay. Ms. Ashworth, you have the complaint in front of you with the dismissed allegations struck through, is that correct?
Yes.
How did it come about that you decided to file this complaint in the first place?
Oh, excuse me. We need to swear in Ms. Ashworth.
Oh,
And I'll pause you, Mr. Padilla. Kim, could you please swear in Ms. Ashworth?
Ma'am, will you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you just gave and that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ashworth, my question was, how did it come about that you decided to file this formal complaint?
It came about when I was no longer working for Rocky. I could no longer ensure that these problems did not continue, as myself and Mr. Killinger were trying to right these wrongs that we see. And we were no longer there.
Excuse me, Ms. Ashworth, Kim is, I think, indicating something.
Is it still just me or is she extremely loud?
Yeah, you're extremely loud, Ms. Ashworth.
Okay, I'll try to lower my voice. If I turn the volume down, I won't be able to hear you guys.
Well, there's a different volume for listening and speaking. If you go to the bottom left of your Zoom screen and you click on the arrow next to mute, and then do you see audio settings right above that?
Yes.
Click on that. And then do you see where it says microphone, and there's
Auto adjust.
under microphone, there's a volume, and you can move the button back and forth.
No. It's not. I'll just have to try to step back away from the microphone.
Okay, so that didn't work.
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, try. Okay, thank you. Let's try that and see how it works. Okay, Mr. Padilla, why don't you start your question again?
Okay, Ms. Ashworth, you just stated that that you and Mr. Killinger were trying to right wrongs that had occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you? Does that mean then that you were coordinating with Mr. Killinger and consulting with Mr. Killinger about filing your complaint?
No.
So why would you say then that you and Mr. Killinger were trying to right wrong?
While we were working there, we were trying to make Rocky the way it's supposed to have been by correcting all the mistakes that were going on. Mr. Killinger left prior to me leaving Rocky. I, on my own, chose to file the complaint. Since I was no longer working for Rocky Mountain EMS, I knew what was going on and what had gone on, and it was not right. I chose to file the complaint.
And
Okay,
was
Ms.
it-
Ashworth, you're still very loud.
Okay.
Could you move back some more?
And this determination or this knowledge on your part that you knew the various things that were going wrong as far as Rocky Mountain EMS is concerned, was that just at the end during the period when Mr. Killinger came to work at Rocky Mountain, which would have been August of 2020, or was that throughout your employment with Rocky Mountain?
Throughout my employment with Rocky.
And you started working for Rocky Mountain in May of 2020, correct?
It was either the end of April or the beginning of May.
Okay, April or May, and you quit near the end of August. You quit on August 31st, correct?
Correct.
So you were there for basically 4 months, correct?
Correct.
And is it your testimony that during the entirety of those 4 months, you were aware of these violations which were so serious that as of September 21 of 2020, you decided to file your complaint?
Yes.
If the violations were so serious, and if, as you state in your complaint, that you were Ed Little's right-hand person, why did you wait until 3 weeks after you left the employ of Rocky Mountain to file a complaint?
Because I knew that there was already a PRC case going on. And I thought about it and I made my decision to file it.
In fact, between the time that you quit and September 20th of 2021, you had other people ask Mr. Little to rehire you, did you not?
No, I did not. I do have text messages where Mr. Little and a paramedic contacted me about coming back to work. I, at no point, contacted them.
Why did you decide to quit on August 31st?
The reason I quit was after Mr. Little decided to continue to yell at me because my son, Dylan Mirchek, who was a driver, and Mr. Killinger had worked 20-something hours straight. They were both exhausted. They wanted to take a break and get some rest. Mr. Little belittled me, yelled at me, yelled at both Mr. Killinger and Mr. Yurchek. And at that point, I had had enough of the torture. I quit.
Your Honor, I object to that response, that it be stricken from the record.
You asked why I quit.
The commission specifically stated that these issues of harassment were not to be a part of this particular matter. The witness is attempting to prejudice my client. I ask that the answer be stricken from the record and that the witness be instructed not to volunteer testimony with regard to what she perceived as harassment.
You asked me why I quit.
Ms. Ashworth, let him finish, and then I'll hear from you.
A position that the commission has already ruled is not a part of this particular matter.
Ms. Ashworth, you may respond.
You asked me why I quit. That was the final straw that made me quit. If you did not want to know the truth, you should not have asked.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, I'm overruling your objection. She responded to your question, and her answer is that Mr. Little was harassing her. So your motion to strike is denied.
As far as going forward, Your Honor, I also requested that you instruct Ms. Ashworth not to respond in any manner that deals with harassment, because the commission has said that harassment is not an issue in this particular matter. If you look at of this exhibit itself, it says that the commission found it lacked jurisdiction to consider allegations of employee pay issues, unethical or harassing conduct.
So Mr. Padilla, I agree with you to the extent that the commission does not have jurisdiction over allegations of harassment. To the extent you ask Ms. Ashworth questions about why, just for as an example, what you just asked her, why she left. If one of the reasons she left is because she felt like she was being harassed, that I'm not going to strike that. But Ms. Ashworth, I do direct you, this is kind of difficult because the commission said it doesn't have jurisdiction over allegations of harassment. So unless you are asked a specific question and your answer to that question requires that you say it was because of harassment, I'm going to allow that. But otherwise, I'm directing you to stay away from testimony regarding harassment of employees.
That's fine.
For the record, I object to any instruction that allows testimony as to harassment. The commission has made clear that it has no jurisdiction over harassment, and I believe that order is binding, and I believe it's incumbent upon me to make my position clear for the record. I'm not arguing with the hearing examiner. I understand the ruling. I'm simply making my objection noted for the record.
You've done so.
Thank you. Ms. Ashford, isn't it a fact that during the period between August 31 and September 20 of 2020, Yurchek, who had been an employee of Rocky Mountain, was terminated from his employment with Rocky Mountain?
No, he was not. My son, Dylan Yurchek, quit.
So didn't you wait until your son was no longer employed with Rocky Mountain to file your complaint?
Okay, Ms. Ashworth, something's gone wrong. Mr. Padilla, I'm pausing you. Ms. Ashworth, we can't hear you. And okay, you're back now.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what's going on. It's the internet connection.
Mr. Padilla, could you repeat your last question, please?
I asked, isn't it a fact that you waited until your son was no longer employed with Rocky Mountain in order to file your complaint?
No.
Excuse me, did you say yes?
No.
Okay. And isn't it a fact that during the 4 months that you worked for Rocky Mountain that you have testified here, you knew about all these horrible conditions, that you stayed employed by Rocky Mountain because you simply needed a paycheck?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Yes, I stayed employed there knowing of the conditions.
You stayed employed knowing about the conditions, and the primary reason was because you needed a paycheck.
Yeah.
Ms. Ashworth, how did you come to obtain a copy of the formal complaint form that you filed?
Went online.
Okay, and you went online, I assume, to the PRC website?
Yes.
And how did you know that there were complaint forms with the PRC website?
I'm not a stupid person. I go to the PRC website and I looked. I researched.
Was that the first time that you had gone to the PRC website?
No.
What other times had you gone to the PRC website, and for what reasons?
To look, because I knew of the previous PRC complaints regarding Rocky Mountain EMS.
Okay, so you researched the complaint, and I assume you're talking about the complaint that was filed in 2019, October 4th. Is that what you're referring to?
I heard about it. I saw it. Did I read it? No. I researched for the forms that I needed.
Hold on, please. There's something going on in the background with one of
Okay.
us.
Can we do this when we have when we're in the middle of like questioning and everything? Can other people mute themselves? I mean, now I heard a door knocking and somebody walking in, and all I got from Mr. Padilla was, so you researched the complaint, and I assume you're talking about the complaint that was filed in October, in 2019, October. I know you gave a date. I didn't hear it. I know Zoom's tough. But if I'm not hearing it, I'm probably going to guess that the hearing officer isn't hearing it as well.
Right. So Ms. Ashworth, I think I saw somebody coming into your room. I think it would be better if you didn't allow anybody in the room, because I think that was some of the noise we were hearing.
Yeah, I apologize. I have COVID along with my boyfriend, and we are staying at a hotel. That was the maintenance worker knocking on the door. I can't do anything about that. I am confined to this hotel room, so I'm doing the best that I can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry to bring this up again. You're still really loud. Can we try again to fix this through Zoom? And I'll go through this with you again. At the bottom left of your screen, do you see the mute where it says mute and there's an arrow next to it?
Yes, and I click on it and I see audio settings. I don't have the options you were referring to.
Okay, so when you get to the pop-up screen, in the top left, does it say settings?
Yes, ma'am, but the only thing that's on there is not what you're referring to.
Does under settings, is there an option for audio?
No.
Does anybody else have any thoughts on this? That's the only way I know to turn down our audio.
Whoever is the meeting host might be able to manually lower her microphone setting.
Okay, let me see. Mr. Killinger, do you know how I go about that?
I do not. It would probably be under participants.
Okay, let me see.
If you can find somewhere where you can manually mute people, it would probably be there.
So there is somewhere where I can unmute her or mute her, but there's nothing else there. Ms. Ashworth, all I can do is please ask you to lower your voice. Okay, and Mr. Padilla, just to let you know, I have paused your cross-examination time during all this.
Oh, thank you. I was going to bring that up because obviously we're having a fair amount of difficulty with the Zoom thus far. Okay, I've lost Ms. Ashworth's picture. I assume I can see the top of her head. Okay. For the purposes of what the court reporter said, I understood the court reporter to say that she heard my question except for the last part that I said October, and then I said a date that she didn't hear it, and I see her shaking her head. That date, Madam Court Reporter, is October 4, 2019. And because we've had these issues, could I ask that you read the question to the witness so that she can respond to the question?
Yes, sir. Let me go to that screen. So you researched the complaint, and I assume you're talking about the complaint that was filed and I'm going to put in what you told me as far as a date. That was filed in October 4th, 2019. Her answer, I heard about it, I saw it. Did I read it? No. I researched for the forms that I needed, and that's when we stopped.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Ashford, have you gone on the PRC website for any matters other than the complaint form and for researching the 2019 complaint?
No, sir.
When you obtained the complaint form, did you read it over?
Yes.
How carefully did you read it over?
I read it.
Well, let me ask you this. The initial complaint says, the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission attempts to resolve complaints against industries regulated by the NMPRC at the informal level with our Customer Relations Division. Did you read that?
Yes.
Did you make an attempt to resolve your complaint through the Consumer Relations Division of the PRC?
I filed the complaint, sir. It doesn't direct me who to go to, where to go to after that. I filed the complaint and waited to hear.
Did you ever hear from the Consumer Relations Division in an attempt to resolve the complaint?
I heard from I believe I spoke to a young lady by the name of Casey, possibly, who just forwarded my information to who it needed to go to.
So I take it by that you did not become involved in any type of an attempt to resolve the complaint, correct?
I wasn't contacted by anybody, if that's what you're referring to, sir.
Well, going back to the language, it says that the PRC attempts to resolve complaints at the informal level. It goes on to say, if a consumer is not satisfied with the outcome, they are welcome to file a formal complaint that may be heard by the NMPRC commissioners at a formal open meeting. Did you read that?
Yes.
If you question then, why nobody apparently attempted to informally resolve your complaint?
No.
Are you currently still residing in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. This complaint has your address in New Mexico. At the time that you filed your complaint on the 20th of September 2020, were you still residing in the state of New Mexico?
Yes, I was.
And how did you actually fill out this complaint? Did you fill it out online?
Yes.
I've noticed in your complaint that there's different fonts at different points. Why did you choose to use different fonts?
No particular reason, sir.
Excuse me?
No particular reason.
Okay. With regard to the first requirement, that you make a clear and concise statement of the relief sought. You said you believe the company needs to be shut down for good. Would that suggest to me that you simply had a belief? Would that be correct?
I strongly feel that Rocky needs to be closed down permanently.
So has that changed since the time you filed your complaint and said you believe the company needs to be closed down?
I believe and I feel that the company needs to be closed down. My feelings on it have not changed. Rocky Mountain should not be operating.
And do you have any expertise in who should be operating an ambulance service?
I know what was done wrong, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I am not an expert. I know what I saw and I know what's not right.
Okay, the second aspect of the complaint says that you are to provide a concise and explicit statement of the facts which the complainant alleges shows a violation. Your complaint, I will characterize as being very general in nature. Why did you fail to provide specific facts with regard to specific incidents?
Because there were so many that I had to make it general, sir.
Okay, did you expect that having made your complaint that somehow or other it was going to be investigated?
That's all I could have done, sir. I made the complaint expecting and hoping that Rocky Mountain EMS would be investigated for the wrong things that were going on.
So by that, do you mean that you expected the PRC to fill in the deficiencies with regard to specificity in your complaint?
I'm not sure how the PRC does their investigation. I told them what I knew, what I saw, and how the investigation goes from there. I do not know. I do not control.
That instruction goes on to say, please use additional sheets if necessary. Attach any relevant documentation such as a copy of the bills in dispute, canceled checks, documentation which will support your position. You did attach some documentation, but that has been deleted by the PRC, or at least has been redacted by the PRC, I think would be a better word. Where did you get those documents that you provided?
What documents did I provide, sir?
You apparently provided documents with regard to 4 patients.
Those were names that I had. I don't believe I provided any documents.
Well, if you look at page 3 of, well, actually, it's the second page of the typewritten portion of your complaint.
Mm-hmm.
Down near the bottom, you see that there's some big black marks there.
Yes, sir. Those were names and run numbers.
Okay, those were, you said, run reports, correct?
They were run numbers and names. They were not documents. They were names and numbers.
Okay. So, did you attach any documentation at all to your complaint?
No, there was no attached documents.
Did you, at that point in time that you filed your complaint, have any documents that supported the generalized allegations of your complaint?
I did not have any physical documents in my possession.
Okay. Now, part of your complaint says that according to the live action dispatch spreadsheet that I can see as of 9/19/2020, they have not marked that run reports for September have been turned in. There also have been no tracking of dispatch or spreadsheets since 9/16/2020. Normally, this means that reports have not been turned in and or that not all have been put into NMSTAR. Run numbers for September start 2009-001. Why were you continuing to access
Mr. Padilla, we couldn't hear that, the last part of your question. Could you repeat the question again?
You mean after I read the quote?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you continuing to access Rocky Mountain confidential information via the internet 19 days after you quit?
Sir, it was on my computer. When the program came up, it automatically populated onto my computer. I was not an employee. It was Mr. Little's responsibility to turn off anybody's ability to see that information. I use different programs. I'm not going to remove programs from my computer because Mr. Little did not do what he was supposed to and remove people from programs.
So are you saying that it's Mr. Little's fault that you inappropriately accessed confidential business documentation?
It is Mr. Little's fault. I use those programs on my computer.
Can't you remove programs from your computer by yourself?
I use those programs on my computer. I am not going to remove programs that I use when someone else refuses to remove people from their programs.
And did you need that program involving the documentation of Rocky Mountain EMS?
Spreadsheets, Excel, all that stuff, yes, I use those.
Well, wasn't there a specific program that allowed you to get into the confidential documentation of Rocky Mountain EMS?
No, those items were on a live spreadsheet. I cannot remove myself from a live spreadsheet.
Were you required to open that spreadsheet?
The spreadsheet automatically opened on my laptop.
And this just happened to occur on September 19, 2020, and is that your testimony?
It happened every time I opened up my Excel.
So why did you choose then to only state in your report with regard to, or an allegation with regard to September 19, 2020?
Because that is the last day that I had pulled up Excel prior.
Did you view Rocky Mountain EMS confidential information after September 19, 2020?
It did not come up on my computer, so I'm assuming somebody finally got the message to remove me.
Did you ever communicate to Rocky Mountain EMS, to Mr. Little or anybody else in Rocky Mountain EMS that you did not want that information popping up on your computer and to remove you from their list?
Mr. Tom Wingard told Mr. Little. He also told George Smith that I was still on there. So
Who's that told Mr. Little and Mr.
Tom Wingard,
Who's Tom Wingard?
he was a consultant or so for Mr. Little. You spoke to him.
Did you tell Mr. Wingard that you had this access?
Yes. And he relayed that to George Smith and to Mr. Little. Because Tom told me, and I said, well, apparently they don't care because they still have me on it, as well as the WhatsApp.
Okay, let's go back to your application. The third,
Mr. Padilla, at this point, let's go ahead and take a break. And I'll pause your time and let's come back at 10:45.
thank you.
I'm going back on. Are you going on a walk?
Yeah.
May I state something? This is the court reporter.
Yes.
It does help when she mutes, when he asks his questions, and then she unmutes and answers, because then we don't get the feedback or of the air conditioner and everything.
Okay.
I
Did you
don't know
do
if
that, Ms. Ashworth? Thank you.
Again, thank you very much.
Kim, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. We're back on the record. Mr. Padilla, you may resume.
Ashworth, I was back to your complaint, and on the second page of the complaint, this is still the form portion of it. It says that you were required to provide a statement of any laws, rules, orders, tariffs, certificates of public convenience and necessity, or operating authorities alleged to have been violated. And that's a specific requirement that is in the PRC rules. It's rule 1.2.2.15, which is the rule that pertains to formal complaints. Let me ask you first, when you filed your complaint, did you ever look at rule 1.2.2.15?
No,
Did anybody ever direct you to that rule?
no,
Okay. You didn't put anything with regard to that particular section. Does that mean that you don't know what specific laws, rules, orders, tariffs, certificates of public convenience and necessity, or operating authorities were violated?
correct.
Okay. When did you become aware that David Killinger had filed a complaint in this particular matter?
Sometime after he filed it, I do not know.
Well, his complaint was filed, I believe, on the 28th or the 29th of, it was 29th of September 2020. Would you have become aware of it shortly after the filing or quite some time after the filing?
I do not remember, sir.
Did you read Mr. Killinger's complaint once you became aware that it had been filed?
Yes, I did.
And did you see in Mr. Killinger's complaint that he made some complaints about your activity overriding his attempts to correct what he saw as deficiencies at Rocky Mountain EMS?
Yes, I did, but I also saw that he made the statement that I was doing as Mr. Little directed me to. So yes, I read all of Mr. Killinger's complaint.
Did you in fact override Mr. Killinger's attempts at any point in time?
Whenever Mr. Little directed me to, I did.
Do you have any documentation to support that statement?
No, considering I was in the office with Mr. Little and he told me in person or on the phone.
So you don't have any documentation? Would that be correct?
I have various text messages that I can go back and pull up and read verbatim if needed.
Why didn't, if you have text messages, why didn't you include those text messages in your complaint?
You asked me about Mr. Killinger's complaint.
Your complaint.
I'm not understanding what you're asking, sir.
Well, you told me that, I asked you if you had any documentation to support the allegation that you only did what Mr. Little instructed you to do. And you said you had text messages.
Yes.
Why did you not include copies of any of those text messages with your complaint?
Didn't print them out, didn't include them, didn't know I needed them.
Okay. So in your typewritten complaint, you said to the NMPRC, RE, Rocky Mountain EMS, Edward Little, in parentheses. Is your complaint against Mr. Little himself or against the business overall?
My complaint is the operation that Mr. Little was doing with his company, Rocky Mountain EMS. Mr. Little ran and operated Rocky Mountain EMS.
Okay, but again, is your complaint specific to Mr. Little and his activities, or is your complaint with regard to the overall operation of the company?
It is both.
Okay, now you say that on August 31st, when you quit, I was Ed Little's right-hand person, correct?
Yes.
Define for us, would you please, what you mean by the phrase right-hand person?
Everything that Mr. Little needed, he went to me. Anything that he wanted done, he went to me. He called me after hours, late at night, to discuss whether it was company stuff or personal stuff. Every aspect of Rocky, Mr. Little was contacting me, discussing it.
Okay, well, you said every aspect of Rocky, but you also said personal stuff. Did these personal communications involve Rocky Mountain EMS?
Sometimes they were just his personal business, which I'm not going to get into his personal business. But he contacted me constantly.
And then you acted, correct?
When I could, yes.
Okay. So, did you ever become, could you be a little more specific with regard to right-hand person? What types of things did you do? What authority did you have as a right-hand person?
Mr. Little had me try to run the base. I dispatched. He had me taking care of his stuff at the office. Everything.
What do you mean when you say he had you taking care of his stuff at the office? Does that mean that you were responsible for maintaining employee files, as an example?
Yes, I did. I had to, when I started, personnel files were missing a lot of things. Mr. Little had me try to get those files in order according to what the PRC requires in those folders, as well as HR stuff.
Okay, so to your knowledge, what does the PRC require to be in each employee's file?
According to their list that I had, their licensures, their training as far as the CEVO training, drug test, DOT physicals, personnel information, W-2s. There was a variety of things that are needed in those personnel files.
An active driver's license, valid driver's license, would that be one of them?
driver's license, their licensure to practice as an EMT or a paramedic.
Well, not everybody had to be an EMT or a paramedic, did they?
Not if they were just classified as a driver, but they had to have valid driver's license, pass a drug test, and pass the DOT as well.
Did you have authority to hire people?
In what aspect? Mr. Little made the final decision on whether people were hired or not.
Didn't you in fact hire your son, Dylan Yurchek?
Mr. Little said that we needed more drivers. I informed him that my son could be a driver. Mr. Little said bring him in. Therefore, he was hired.
The employment file for your son, though, shows that you're the one that hired him, correct?
I'm the one that did the paperwork on all the new hires. I did not make decisions on whether people were hired or not.
Okay, so when you had a new hire, for example, a person such as your son, you knew at that point in time that there was certain documentation required in their files, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now your son was just a driver, not an EMT, correct?
Correct.
So your son then would have been required to have a valid driver's license, correct?
Yes.
Your son would have been required to have appropriate drug testing, correct?
Yes.
You would have been required to have an appropriate criminal background check, correct?
Yes, if Mr. Little did criminal background checks, but he did not do those.
Okay, so did you hire your son then and not do a criminal background check, even though you knew that that was a requirement of the PRC?
Again, I did not hire the staff. Mr. Little hired the staff. I don't know why you're shaking your head, but Mr. Little did the hiring. I completed the paperwork. When paperwork was not there, I kept telling Mr. Little, so-and-so does not have a drug test. Oh, it's fine. He had people start working immediately without the proper paperwork.
I'm trying to get at what your authority was as the right-hand person. Did you not have any independence at all? Did you have to have instruction on every single little thing that you did from Mr. Little?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I didn't have instruction for Mr. Little. As far as what?
Well, you said you're his right-hand person. I'm trying to understand what that phrase, right-hand person, encompasses.
What is your definition of right-hand person?
Excuse me?
What is your definition of right-hand person?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't mean to be rude, but I'm the one asking questions here, and I'm not testifying. So I'm trying to understand what independent authority you had as the right-hand person for Rocky Mountain, for Ed Little, who owned Rocky Mountain EMS. Could you tell me, please?
I've given you my answer. What he had me do is what I did. When he wanted me to do something, he would have me do it.
Well, you indicated, for example, that there was a point in time when you were a dispatcher, correct?
Yes.
You have to consult with Mr. Little every time you dispatched an ambulance?
No.
Okay. Are there other functions that you performed that you didn't have to consult Mr. Little about? Perhaps maintenance, file maintenance?
I didn't have to go over the file maintenance with him. Whenever something was not in the file, I would inform him. He would either tell me, don't worry about it, or get it when you can. I did what I knew I was supposed to, trying to get the information put into the files.
But you knew what the PRC required, correct?
According to the documentation that was given to me by Mr. Little, that's what I went from, yes.
Okay, and did you at times not complete the file because there were missing documents that were required by the PRC?
As far as not being able to get the completed documents, correct.
What does moving hearings back for as long as possible have to do with your complaints of violations by Rocky Mountain EMS?
I didn't say that it did. I just knew what I had heard Mr. Little say, and I included it in my statement or my complaint.
Well, you say, I have issue and concern regarding this company. I strongly feel this company needs to be permanently closed down. Then the first sentence after that says, I have heard and read Ed telling his lawyers, Heath and Ray, that they need to do whatever they can to get any PRC hearings moved back as far and as long as possible. To your knowledge, does that have anything to do with what is regulated by the PRC?
No, again, it's a statement that I had made in my complaint.
What was the purpose of making the statement?
Because I wanted to make sure that the PRC knew what I had observed going on regarding the previous case.
You say in part, the last time the PRC showed up to the base in Santa Fe, Ed hid some of the files from Mr. Martinez that he had asked for. When Mr. Martinez was at the Santa Fe base, Ed was yelling at me to get all the crews away from the base so that Mr. Martinez would not be able to talk to them if needed. Where were you when all of this was occurring? Were you in Santa Fe or were you?
I was in the Albuquerque office, in my office.
So if the PRC was investigating in Santa Fe, how were things hidden from them?
They were in Santa Fe. I got the call that the PRC, Mr. Martinez, was there at the base. And Mr. Little was calling me, wanting me to get driver files ready for him. And when he got to the office, he chose not to take all the driver files. Therefore, that's hiding files.
What specific driver files that there were excluded?
Kyle, my son Dylan, I believe Vincent Duran's file.
And how can you remember specifically what happened a year ago with regard to specific individuals?
Because I knew that it was wrong of him not including everybody's file. I knew that it was wrong of him to try to get me to get everybody away from the base. So when things are not right, you tend to remember those things.
Yet you continue to act as Mr. Little's right-hand person, correct?
I was doing my job. I needed a job, just like most people at the time. I did what I was told to do.
So would it be fair to say then that your personal well-being was thought of more highly by you than the safety of the New Mexico public as required by the PRC?
Mr. Martinez was there investigating, so I knew that they would see what they needed to see.
You didn't answer my question, ma'am.
Well, I answered it the best that I can.
You didn't even, I'm gonna ask you again, would it be fair to say that you placed your personal well-being, getting a paycheck, over and above the requirements of the PRC?
No.
You say that at times, you say Ed demanded transportation of patients in vehicles that are unsafe. What specific knowledge do you have about unsafe vehicles?
When they break down with patients in them, that's unsafe.
So anytime, in your opinion, anytime a vehicle breaks down, it's unsafe. Would that be correct?
When I know the maintenance issues that were going on with the vehicles, yes.
Well, those vehicles were inspected by the PRC periodically, were they not?
As far as I know, I don't know the last time that they were inspected.
Well, did the PRC come by to inspect vehicles periodically?
Again, I do not know. When I was there, they did not inspect them.
Well, then how do you know they were unsafe vehicles? Simply because they broke down? Is that your answer?
When you're driving down the road and the vehicle stops with patients in there, and Mr. Little directs them to continue to use them, that's unsafe.
Well,
When they continue to break down, those are unsafe.
how can you continue to use a vehicle that broke down and is not operational?
The vehicle would shut off when it stopped. Mr. Little had them continue to use it. He would tell them, shut it off for a minute, start it back up, and continue. Vehicles broke down on the side of the road. Those vehicles were taken to Mike's shop to be fixed. They were never fixed fully. Mr. Little wanted them back within the day, even when they were not functioning properly, including the AC.
Okay, so that's not breaking down. That's a different subject. Isn't that correct?
No, when they're stopped on the side of the road, that is breaking down. When an EMT and a driver have to sit and wait an hour or more with a patient, that is a broke down vehicle. And that vehicle did it more than one time. That's unsafe vehicles. Maintenance were not done appropriately because Mr. Little wanted them on the road to try and take as many patients as he possibly could.
Part of your statement says run reports are not done and turned in within 24 hours, nor were they placed in NMSTAR within 24 hours. What rule or regulation are you aware of that requires these reports to be done within 24 hours?
The EMS Bureau states that they have to be turned in within 24 hours of a service being provided.
And you were an EMT, correct?
Yes, I was.
So as an EMT, then did you fail to comply with the requirements of the EMS Bureau?
I was not working as an EMT, except 2 separate occasions. My reports were turned in
You say in part, the last time that the PRC came by and went to Mike Austin shop, Ed had Mike demand they leave so Ed could keep the issues with the trucks under wraps. Where did you get that information?
From Mr. Little, plus it was being done in the office with me there. I was in the office with Mr. Little on the phone with Mike Austin.
What PRC regulation or what statute are you aware of that gives the PRC authority over an independent mechanic?
Mike Austin worked for Mr. Little. Mr. Little paid for that shop. He's not an independent.
Mike Austin was the mechanic for Mr. Little, correct?
Yes,
He didn't work directly for Rocky Mountain EMS, did he?
Rocky Mountain EMS paid Mike Austin.
Paid him to repair vehicles, correct?
I'm sorry?
They paid him to repair vehicles, correct?
The ambulances as well as his own personal vehicles.
Again, what rule or regulation or statute are you aware of that gives the PRC any authority over a mechanic shop?
I do not know any of the statutes.
Okay, you don't know any of the statutes. Do you know any of the specific rules?
No, sir. I know they have a right to inspect those vehicles.
They have a right to inspect them when they're at the base, isn't that correct?
I do not know.
You say Ed keeps all the supplies locked up where the staff cannot get them when they need to restock their trucks.
Correct?
What violation are you aware of? What portion of the statute requires that staff have immediate access to items to restock trucks?
The staff should have availability to any supplies that they need for their ambulances. When they're locked behind doors and they do not have access, they cannot provide the supplies that are needed for those particular patients.
Are you talking about instances or are you talking about supplies that are kept at the Santa Fe base?
Yes,
And you were based in Albuquerque, correct? She seems to have frozen up.
Ms. Ashworth, I don't know if you can hear us, but you are frozen again.
I'm
There
sorry.
you go.
Can you repeat that again, please?
I said you were based in Albuquerque, correct?
I spent majority of the time in Albuquerque, but Ed sent me out to the Santa Fe base frequently.
Okay, so do you have personal knowledge then about staff not being able to access these materials, these supplies?
Yes, I know that they could not access them, plus they would call to let me know that they needed something and there was nobody there at the base to open the door.
When you were at the base in Santa Fe, you said you were there sometimes. Didn't you have authority to open that access to the supplies?
Yes, I opened the door for them.
Okay. And when you say there was nobody there to open the door, typically is there one person who has the key to this locked room, or how many people would have a key?
Belinda Sanchez had a key and Miguel de la Cruz had a key. Once Mr. Killinger came on, I believe he also had a key. Mr. Little had a key. And Tom Wingard had a key.
Okay, so there's 5 people and you would be 6. And none of those 6 people would be available at all these times that staff was denied, or that the EMTs or drivers were denied the opportunity to restock? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Miguel was an EMT. He was not always at the base. He was doing runs. Belinda Sanchez, not real sure what her job functions were supposed to be, but she was not there at the base at all times.
Okay, what type of materials are we talking about? Are we talking about replacing bandages, or are we talking about some other life-saving type of product?
Oxygen. Trucks were not apparently readily checked. So there were a couple times where they didn't have enough oxygen for the transport. There was certain equipment at times that they needed once they got to the patient that was not on the truck, that they would have to return to the base to try to find and or get.
Aren't there several sources of oxygen on a truck, more than one cylinder with oxygen?
They're supposed to be, but the staff did not always ensure that those containers were full, and transports were more than a 5-minute drive.
Okay. You mentioned part of your report or your complaint says Ed tries to have EMTs to take patients that are out of their scope of practice. I'm guessing you meant to say scope of practice. Would that be correct?
Yes, it was a typo.
Okay, so what's the scope of practice of an EMT?
Depending on their level.
Okay, you're talking about the service that was provided by Rocky Mountain is basic level transportation, correct?
No.
Is Rocky Mountain doing emergency transportation?
When I talk about the scope of practice, we had EMT basics, we have EMT intermediates, and we have paramedics. They all have different levels of practice that they can do. Mr. Little tried to have somebody who could not deal with certain type pumps, tried to force them to take those calls.
When you're doing interfacility transports, which is what Rocky Mountain EMS did, that's not emergency in nature, is it?
Not usually, but there were times where patients who needed to get from Santa Fe to the heart hospital for needed procedures immediately, they were not a 911 service, but we didn't just take somebody who needed a Band-Aid or a Bobo fix from one place to another. We had women in labor. We had cancer patients. We had a variety of patients.
Okay, but most of those patients, if not all of them, were stable when they were transported, correct?
90%. There were times that there are patients that were not 100% stable. And that's why the paramedics would take those calls.
Okay. You say Ed had and or allowed an EMTB work 11 straight 24-hour shifts, as well as a paramedic 14 plus days straight. What's an EMTB? Is that basic?
A basic.
Okay. Now, 11 straight 24-hour shifts, if I'm doing my math correctly, is 264 hours. Is it your testimony that Mr. Little had somebody work or allowed somebody to work 264 hours straight?
Yes, right along with her paramedic that she was with.
Okay. Doesn't that person ever sleep?
Not very much.
So in those 11 days, there was minimal sleep for that person. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Talk about a paramedic, 14 plus days. And my arithmetic is correct. That's 336.
Excuse me, Mr. Padilla, the court reporter is waving.
I can't hear her. She's muted.
I'm sorry, I'm muted. Yeah, I couldn't hear your question because the witness hadn't muted her microphone. So if you could repeat your question, please.
The last question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My question was, you also said that a paramedic worked 14 plus days straight. And if my calculations, my math is correct, that's 336 hours at a minimum. I just multiplied the 24 by 14. I didn't add the plus. So are you saying that a paramedic worked in excess of 336 hours straight?
Yes. And I don't believe he had very much sleep during that time. And I actually believe that it was actually longer. This particular paramedic did not get a day off in, I think it was close to 3 weeks.
Okay. And did you track this time? I'm assuming that this period of either 11 days straight or 14 plus days was during the time that you were employed by Rocky Mountain. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so did you keep track of this person's time?
Yes.
And you weren't concerned at all that they were working these massive hours without any sleep?
I was very concerned. I kept telling Mr. Little that this particular EMT could not continue to work, and I was told that she would continue to work. I also brought up the fact that the paramedic had not had any time off, and I was instructed that he would continue to work those hours.
And you said that these people, that neither one of them had very much sleep. Are you also saying that they didn't have much downtime, if any?
Correct.
So they were continuously going from one run to the next, to the next, to the next. 24 hours after 24 hours after 24 hours. Is that your testimony?
Pretty much. There might have been an hour here or there where they were at base to try to get something to eat, try to catch a little sleep, try to catch up on any run reports.
Okay. Now, in your narrative, you also talk about billing in the last two sentences. Been 2 patients that Rocky started to transport but didn't complete, billed for them anyway, and told the bookkeeper to bill for things that they had no business billing. Why would you include billing? What PRC regulation or what statute are you aware of that deals with billing of patients?
I am, again, not aware of any statutes.
You talk about CEVO training. What's CEVO training?
That's the training that people need to have in order to appropriately, correctly drive an ambulance.
What is that, like driver's training?
Anybody who is going to be driving, operating an ambulance or a fire truck, or any of those particular things has to have a training.
What does CEVO stand for?
I don't remember the acronym. I could ask Mr. Killinger. I'm sure he knows that for sure.
That's okay, Mr. Killinger. Kim, just for your reference, CEVO is all capitals CEVO.
Thank you, ma'am.
You say as part of your complaint that you say equipment for the truck have not been calibrated since 2016. Are you making reference to, you say the truck, are you making reference to one truck or one ambulance? I presume is what you mean when you say a truck.
No, sir, it's not one. It, again, just typo. The trucks, the equipment on the trucks, whether it was the regulators, suction machines, those type of things, have to be calibrated, and they were not calibrated.
Since 2016, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's the last documentation that I saw of any calibrations that were done.
So are you saying that you have knowledge that during the period between 2016 and the time that you became employed in 2020, that the PRC didn't investigate these trucks and find that required calibration hadn't taken place?
Like I just stated, the documentation that I saw that was available to me, the last time I saw a calibration was in 2016.
Did you ever raise that issue to the PRC during the time that you were employed by Mr. Little?
I raised it to Mr. Little. Mr. Little said that they had been calibrated, but he never had any proof to show me or whatever, but he said that they were done. I did not see any.
Was Mr. Little required to prove to you that calibration had taken place?
I did not say that he was required to prove it to me, sir. I noticed something, I brought it up. Therefore, I put it in my complaint because I never saw it.
When Mr. Little told you that in fact there had been calibration, did you take him at his word?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't believe a lot of what Mr. Little said.
Was this during the entire time that you were employed by him?
Yes,
You say one of the trucks has a broken regulated for its large O2 canister. Is that another typo? Regulated means regulator?
it's a regulator.
Okay. You just say one of the trucks. Was it only one truck?
What I was referring to in that, yes, there was one truck that had a broken regulator on its main O2 canister inside of the ambulance, the large container.
Were you not aware of what specific truck that involved?
I do not remember if it was 59, 49, or 64. It was one of the three.
You say trucks do not have 10 pounds fire extinguishers. How many trucks are you talking about?
All of them.
Is that something that's required by the PRC?
Yes, it is.
And again, do you know that they weren't there when the PRC investigated?
When I started, there were no 10-pound extinguishers on those trucks.
I think I heard you say a while ago that the PRC didn't do any investigations during the time that you were employed by Mr. Little, correct?
No, I never said that. They were there in July.
Okay. Was that an annual inspection to your knowledge, or was it an inspection as a result of a complaint?
I do not know.
You say there are outdated supplies and equipment in the supply room at Pass. What does that mean?
There's outdated equipment and supplies at the base in the storeroom where the supplies were kept.
Oh, so Pass is supposed to be base? You say at Pass.
Again, there were outdated supplies and equipment at the base in the supply room.
To your knowledge, when the PRC investigated, did they investigate the supply room?
I do not know.
Do you know whether outdated supplies can commonly be used for training personnel in the ambulance industry?
They can be used for training purposes, but they should not be in the supply room mixed in with the rest of the supplies. Those should have been removed to a separate location marked for training only.
Did you have authority over the supply room?
What do you mean authority of the supply room? I was not at the base on a regular basis. I did have somebody go through, and that's how I found the outdated supplies.
So you have no personal knowledge. This is something that was told to you, correct? All right.
I directed somebody to clean the supply room, to go through the supplies, to organize them. When I went up to the base, they showed me the outdated supplies that were mixed in. I removed them from the supply room.
You did that unilaterally without checking with Mr. Little?
I did what unilaterally? Remove them from the supply room, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I removed them from the supply room without asking Mr. Little.
Okay. You say medical and cleaning supplies are stored in the same room. Were they stored simply in different parts of the same room? Or were they stored right next to each other?
Right next to each other on the same shelves.
So what kind of medical supplies were stored next to cleaning supplies? Are we talking about Band-Aids and gauze next to a bottle of Windex? What are we talking about?
Band-Aids, gauze, the NPO, all the supplies. They were next to Lysol. They were next to window cleaner. They were next to all cleaning supplies. They were all on the shelves together.
You say not all current trucks have current/updated red binders in the driver's compartment. What are red binders?
Those are the binders that has to have the information for the trucks on them, the registrations, the insurance, and other type of informations. Those binders are supposed to be kept in the driver compartment of the ambulances. Not all trucks had those binders, and the ones that did, they were usually hidden in some compartment in the back of the ambulance.
You follow that up by saying not all items that the PRC says need to be in the driver's compartment are there. What does the PRC say needs to be in the driver's compartment?
I do not have that paper in front of me, but on their checklist, there is a specific part that says items in the driver compartment, which is a list of things that are supposed to be in the cab of the ambulance, which were not.
And these complaints about the red binders not being there and not all items being there, is that something you were told, or is that something you personally inspected?
I personally was on the trucks. Mr. Little had me go to the base and inspect the trucks according to the list of the PRC. I checked off what was in the vehicle according to that list and what was not in the vehicle according to that list.
Okay, so having done that, did you then ensure that the missing items were placed in the truck?
I told Mr. Little what items were missing. He then chose who he directed to ensure that those items were placed into the vehicles, which did not happen.
But Mr. Little did in fact instruct that they be placed in the vehicles. Correct?
He told Miguel de la Cruz that whatever list I had to get those things into the truck. They were not done. I continued to tell Mr. Little that those items were not placed in the trucks.
Would that include not all gurneys having IV poles, missing mesh to hold O2 canister and patient belongings?
Correct.
You say trucks don't have working radios. How do you know that?
Again, I was inside of the ambulances, and I know because I tried turning on the radios, they were not even connected, hooked up. They did not work.
Is that something that you told Mr. Little about after your inspection?
Multiple times.
And is that something that he also instructed be corrected?
That's something that he himself would have to have arranged to have those radios installed, working properly. Nobody at the base could have installed and programmed those radios.
Could you have had that done?
If Mr. Little had asked me to, I would have made those arrangements. He never asked me to take care of that.
You say not all trucks have AEDs. What are AEDs?
They're the defibrillators.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Defibrillators, so if a patient's heart stops, they could shock them.
Okay, is that something that you became aware of during your inspection and you told Mr. Little about?
Correct.
He instructed to have those placed on the trucks?
I'm sorry?
And Mr. Little instructed that they be placed in the trucks, would that be correct?
We did not have any AEDs. That is something that Mr. Little had to order in order to put those onto the truck. Those items were not ordered until, I believe, August.
But they were ordered. Correct?
Yes.
When was this inspection that you're talking about?
Mr. Little had me go to the base frequently and check the trucks on a regular basis.
You say as of August 31, truck 67 was not registered. What do you mean by that?
It did not have a current registration on it.
You mean from the MVD?
Correct.
Okay. As of August 31st, truck 67 wasn't even in service, was it?
Yes, that truck was being used.
How do you know that?
Because I know the driver and the EMT that used the truck.
You say MVD checks on all staff have not been done. Who was responsible for doing MVD checks?
Mr. Little turned those in. They were not turned in because they were sitting on the corner of Mr. Little's desk for as long as I was there.
MVD checks are basically checks to ensure that somebody has a valid driver's license.
a valid driver's license and no major, accident type stuff.
And as Mr. Little's right-hand man, are you saying, or right-hand person, are you saying that you didn't have authority to follow through on the MVD checks?
Mr. Little is the one who has to sign those documents.
What about background checks? Did you have authority to deal with background checks that you say have not been done on all staff?
Mr. Little directed no background checks to be done because he did not want to pay for the background checks with as often as we were hiring people. He said that it was too expensive to continue to do background checks. The one time that he did tell me to do background checks was in July, I believe, when Mr. Martinez was there. Mr. Little directed me to only do a background check on 4 people that were at the base that Mr. Martinez might speak to.
And when you say background checks, are you talking about checks for criminal activity?
Yes, sir.
You say Chad Rugradin has not and cannot pass a DOT physical. Why would you say he cannot pass a DOT physical?
Because he went and he could not pass the DOT physical.
But did you mean that he could never pass a DOT physical? Or that
Correct, because of his hearing.
Pardon?
He could not pass it. The doctors, the Concentric contacted me to let me know that he failed and could not pass it because of his hearing. Mr. Little said that it was fine. He was going to keep Chad on anyway.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Rudegren did in fact pass a physical after you left?
Well, I can't do anything about that. I know what was stated when I was there.
And let me just clarify for the record that Mr. Padilla's question, would it surprise you to learn that he did pass a physical? That is not evidence that he did pass a physical.
It would surprise me, but I have no knowledge whether he did or he did not. I know when I was there, he was not able to pass it.
Let me state for the record that my question is based on the fact that documentation was admitted into evidence at the hearing of December 11, 2020 with regard to Mr. Rudegren. I believe it was exhibit number 2 for the respondent, and that Mr. Martinez was questioned about that, and Mr. Martinez agreed that he had in fact passed the physical.
Okay, if that, I don't recall that. If that's in evidence, I will look at that. I'm just saying that to the extent you testified in your question, that is not evidence. That is all I was saying.
Thank you. You say the baby seat and the toddler seat Rocky has are expired. What are you talking about with regard to that complaint?
In the supply room, there were baby seats, car seats, and those were outdated.
Are babies commonly transported in ambulances?
Yes.
Are they transported independently, or are they transported along with patients?
The children or the infants were the patients.
Okay, so if a child's a patient, then the child would be on a gurney, would it not?
If it is an infant, it has to be in a car seat as well. Those car seats were outdated.
And what PRC regulation are you aware of with regard to a requirement that there be a specific type of car seat?
Again, I do not know of the regulations.
I'm going to pause you for a second, Mr. Padilla. Looks like Paul Martinez just joined us. Could you identify yourself and state why you are participating?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm Paul Manick. I represent one of the witnesses who's on later on.
Okay, thank you, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, and
sorry,
I'm just trying to get the camera set up. That's all.
Okay, I apologize. I got your last name wrong.
Not at all.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
You state near the end of your complaint, I'm really hoping that Rocky Mountain EMS can be closed as soon as possible. Ed Little should not ever own or run any business of this type. So is that directed at Mr. Little himself, or is that directed at the company overall?
Again, both. Mr. Little has no idea how to run an ambulance company appropriately. I do not feel that he should be running an ambulance company. I put in my opinion. I do not feel he needs to run an ambulance company because he clearly doesn't do it the right way, the safe way.
Okay, you said that that's your opinion. So would that be true of basically all of the things that you've said in your complaint, that this is your opinion?
No.
Well, you say you strongly believe that the company needs to be closed down. You don't cite any specific statutes, and you admit that you don't know anything about statutes, you specific statutes. You don't cite specific regulations, and you admit that you're not familiar with specific regulations. So is this simply a belief on your part, or what law and fact, specific fact, do you have to support your complaint?
I don't know the laws, sir. Like I've told you multiple times, I saw what was wrong. I reported it to the authority that I knew I needed to report it to.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Ashworth, I have some questions for you now. And then following my questions, I allocated $10 minutes for you to respond further to any questions that you were asked, that you feel like you didn't get an opportunity to fully respond to. So I'll start now with my questions. So you said that Ed Little runs and operates Rocky Mountain EMS. Is he the owner of Rocky Mountain EMS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you said you were Mr. Little's right-hand person. Were you hired for a particular position with Rocky Mountain EMS?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that position?
His assistant.
His assistant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You referred several times to a base or bases. So are those different from offices?
We had the Albuquerque office where myself, Mr. Little, and the bookkeeping were done. That's where I also did dispatching from. The Santa Fe base is where the EMTs and the trucks were at on a daily basis.
Okay. And when you refer to trucks, are you referring to ambulances?
Yes, ma'am.
You refer to run reports. What is a run report and what information goes into a run report?
The run reports are the documentation that goes into NIMSTARS, which just is all information about the patient, the care that was provided, the location of pickup, the location of drop-off, patient vitals, medications, anything that pertains to the care of the patient during the service.
Okay. I think you said something earlier. You can clarify if I'm wrong. I think you said that Mr. Little overruled some of Mr. Killinger's, well, what did you say with respect to that?
There were, most of the time, when Mr. Killinger, was trying to do what he knew as far as his job, being a paramedic, what needed to be done, how things needed to be taken care of. Mr. Little himself told Mr. Killinger no, or would direct me to tell Mr. Killinger no. And that frustrated Mr. Killinger a lot because David was just trying to do his job the correct way. And Mr. Little, for various reasons, did not want to allow Mr. Killinger to appropriately execute his job as a paramedic and as somebody who Ed had directed to be the director of operations there at the Santa Fe base.
Okay. And can you give me one or two examples of what Mr. Killinger said that Mr. Little overruled?
It come down to training for staff, current staff or new staff coming on. Mr. Little would not allow Mr. Killinger the appropriate time that Mr. Killinger stated he needed to ensure that these new people coming on were appropriately.
Okay, you froze again, Ms. Ashworth.
In the ambulance or their specific jobs. When it came to people being able to rest, take downtime, Mr. Killinger tried fighting for the staff. Mr. Little would not go along with that. It was just a variety of things that myself or Mr. Killinger kept telling Mr. Little was not being done the correct way. And Mr. Little would not, he didn't want to hear any of it from either of us.
This is toward the bottom of the first page of your complaint. Below is a list of other of my concerns. One of them is missing 1 morphine, 20 diazepam injectables, missing documentation. Are you referring to one particular ambulance?
Ask
No, ma'am. That's the missing.
that question and ask that the witness not answer until I get a ruling. The commission specifically said that it didn't have any jurisdiction over narcotics. Paragraph 5 talks about narcotic containment or availability to employees. That is why I didn't ask any question with regard to that, and that is one of the examples that I gave to the hearing examiner as a redaction that, in my opinion, was not properly made. And so I object to the hearing examiner or anybody asking questions with regard to narcotics, which is an issue that the commission has no jurisdiction over.
Okay, Mr. Padilla, I'm just looking to see whether there's anything in our regulations that requires that these things be included in an ambulance. So just give me just a second.
There's no conditioner? Wait, there's a big bottle in here.
Judy, you need to mute yourself.
Oh, wait, I have some. Oh, shoot, all my conditioner's out in the car.
Judy, you need to mute yourself. Actually, I think I can mute her. Okay. So I'm looking at Rule 18.3.14.16, medications. An ambulance service shall adhere to the appropriate EMS scopes of practice for EMS personnel regarding approved medications, provided the medications are listed in the service's treatment guidelines or protocols and approved by the local physician medical director for use by the ambulance service.
In response to that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would state that medication is at the discretion of the medical director, but more importantly, the commission has specifically ruled in this case that narcotic containment or availability to employees is not within its jurisdiction. So having entered such a rule, it is the position of the respondent that it makes no difference what a regulation might state. If the commission said it's outside their jurisdiction, it's outside their jurisdiction, and the objection that I have previously made stands.
Well, I think the commission said it lacked jurisdiction over narcotic containment or availability to employees. I don't see that extending to the extent that certain medication is required to be kept on ambulances. I don't think that precludes evidence that medication that is required to be included on ambulances is missing. You can argue this in your post-hearing brief if you think that I'm wrong, but I'm going to have Ms. Ashworth answer my question, and my question is simply, are you referring to one ambulance?
And just for the record, I would state that both morphine and diazepam, which are the two products that are mentioned in that sentence, are both narcotics.
fine. You've made your statement. Ms. Ashworth?
They were missing not on one particular ambulance. Those are just medications that the paramedics have to be able to have once they're sent out onto a call in their box of medications.
So I didn't hear the first part of your answer. Did you say they were missing from one or more than one?
The trucks did not have the medications on them. Those medications were kept inside of the base.
Okay, thank you. On page 2 of your complaint, you state there are current staff that cannot pass a drug test. What's your knowledge? What's the basis of your knowledge for that?
My basis is one that some of them took the test and failed, and they were allowed to continue to work. Also, certain employees raised the issue with Mr. Little when they were told they were going to need a drug test. They verbalized that they would not be able to pass it at that particular time. So the ones that stated that they could not pass it were not sent to do so. If they failed them, they were allowed to continue to work and make arrangements at a later date to maybe retake the tests.
And how do you know that some of them failed their drug tests?
Because I would get the test results through the email from Concentra.
So at the December 11th, 2020 hearing in this case that resulted in the commission suspending Rocky Mountain EMS's operating authority, staff investigator James Martinez testified that Ed Little told him being Mr. Martinez, that you had taken employee files with you when you left. Is that true?
That's what was stated.
My question is that allegation true?
No, it's not. And there was a witness to all that as well.
A witness to what?
Question, I'd like to note for the record that the hearing examiner previously ruled that no questions were going to be allowed with regard to the hearing of December 11, 2020.
What I said was, this is paragraph H of my procedural order. Exhibits and testimony admitted at the December 11, 2020 hearing are automatically admitted into evidence, and direct and cross-examination at the April 12, 2021 hearing that is duplicative of the exhibits and testimony admitted at the December 11, 2020 hearing shall not be allowed. This is not duplicative, it's follow-up. So Ms. Ashworth, you said there was a witness to that or something. Can you further explain?
Yes, ma'am. The respondent, Rocky Mountain EMS, Ray Padilla, they stated that I stole personnel files when I left, and I gave the name of the person who was witness to me leaving, and me at no point taking any personnel files. I would also like to state that when Mr. Padilla was talking to me
I'm going to object
previously,
about
he stated that he had my,
Ms. Ashworth, just a minute. Mr. Padilla has an objection.
Ms. Ashworth seems to be insisting on talking about things that I did and things that I said. I have no authority with regard to the operation of that business. I'm the attorney for that business, and I object to Ms. Ashworth attempting to testify that I took certain actions with regard to either accusing her. I never accused her of taking files. I object to any testimony as to actions that I took. If I was told that something occurred and that was mentioned, that was simply me restating what I had been told. I object to the implication that that came directly from me. And I would ask that Ms. Ashworth be instructed not to be testifying about actions that I took as the attorney for this business.
Okay, so sustained, Ms. Ashworth. My question was based on the evidence at the December hearing, which was that Mr. Little told Mr. Martinez that you had taken documents.
okay. And a witness was given, Tom Wingard, name was given as a witness that I at no point ever took any personnel files from Rocky Mountain EMS.
Because he was present when you left? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. He was present.
And for the record, can you spell his last name?
Yes, ma'am. Weingard.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Ashworth, at this time, you have up to 10 minutes to follow up, add any information. It has to be in response to questions from myself or Mr. Padilla. If you have anything else you feel like you want to add that you did not have the opportunity to do.
Your Honor, may I ask, Your Honor, if Ms. Ashworth does have something to say, and I don't know whether she does, but if she does, this is an invitation to a narrative, and I would ask that it be clarified to Ms. Ashworth that if she is stating something in a narrative and I object, that she's required to stop until such time as you have an opportunity to rule on my objection.
Mr. Padilla, my practice with pro se parties is that because they're representing themselves, they don't have an attorney that can ask them questions. So I do allow them to give a narrative that is something that they want to add to a question that they were asked.
And I'm not objecting to the narrative, Madam Hearing Examiner. What I'm saying is that if there is a narrative and I have an objection to a portion of that narrative, I'm requesting that you instruct Ms. Ashworth that she needs to stop until such time as I complete my objection and you rule on the objection, because I attempted a couple of times now, I've attempted to make an objection while Ms. Ashworth is testifying, and she continues to talk and ignore the fact that I'm attempting to make an objection, and you've had to stop her a couple of times. So I'm just asking that you let her know that if I do have an objection, that she needs to stop so that we can deal with it appropriately.
Okay, I so direct you, Ms. Ashworth. Is there anything that you want to add? Again, it has to be connected to a question that you were asked by myself or Mr. Padilla.
No, ma'am. I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, you have up to 10 minutes and it is limited to any follow-up to my questions.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Ms. Ashworth, thank you very much. You are excused from testifying as a witness. If you want to be excused from attending any other parts of the hearing, you may request to do so.
I would like to stay.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a break now, a lunch break, and go off the record. And we will resume at 1 o'clock. And at that time, Mr. Killinger, you are the next witness.
Lunch,
Thank you.
Can I ask that we get an hour for lunch? I'm not in my office and I don't have the ability to eat where I am. I have to leave to pick something up. So you had earlier said 45 minutes, but I would respectfully request that we have an hour for lunch.
Is there any objection to that?
No.
I don't object.
Okay, so we will resume at 1:10.
Oh. All right. This in the mailbox. Let's see. My water. Thank you.
Are you gonna be able to go to Gruta sometime and pick up the,
Do that next.
okay, thanks. Hi, Mom, how you doing? Oh, okay, we took a lunch break from this hearing. Oh, I guess it's going fine. The witness we just went through was a former employee of this ambulance company, and she's making a bunch of allegations against the company, and she's not real credible, and so it was kind of unpleasant, but we finished with her. I didn't have a whole lot. It's mostly the attorney for the ambulance company. Oh, I'm at home. We're doing it. Yeah, we're doing it by Zoom. Yeah. Yeah, we're calling for next Wednesday. What are you doing today? When is Barb leaving? When is Barb leaving?
1 minute. Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick? Yeah, we're back on mute.
Yeah, thanks. So I have to write up a recommendation, and then the commissioners decide whether to adopt my.
Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick?
You know,
Ms. Glick?
one of them I think is really good.
Ms. Glick?
And the others I don't think too much of.
Ms. Glick?
Yeah, you know, the problem is, well, one of the problems is they're politicians. Yes, yes. You don't have to worry about that. You too. Okay, I love you too. Bye.
Vicky.
Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick?
But Baloo's been snoring more lately.
Can never compete.
No.
Ms. Glick? Ms. Glick? Take me off. Ms. Glick,
Yes.
this is Ray Padilla. I don't know exactly how far away you were, or whether you're using or whether you're using a headset or whatever, but you didn't turn off your sound. And I tried to contact you and tell you, but apparently the sound from my side to you either wasn't working or you couldn't hear it for some reason. But I just wanted to let you know that, and I just heard a bunch of rumbling and around and whatever, and some voices in the background, but during the entire time that we were on a break, your sound, to me at least, was still on.
Oh dear. Okay, thanks for telling me.
Sure.
Kim, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Are we ready to go forward with Mr. Killinger's examination?
The respondent's ready.
Okay. So we're back on the record. Mr. Killinger, do you have a document in front of you entitled Notice of Filing of David Killinger's Complaint with Dismissed Allegations Struck Through?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to mark this as Killinger Exhibit 1. Did you write this? Oh, well, wait a minute. Do you understand that I struck through some of the sentences of this complaint in response to the commission's findings that it lacked jurisdiction over some allegations in your complaint?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, you have to swear the witness at some point.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Kim, will you do that, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you just gave and that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Did you write the complaint?
I did.
Okay. Are the statements that you made in your complaint correct and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Do you wish to request that your complaint as redlined by me be admitted into evidence?
Yes.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Killinger Exhibit 1 is admitted. And Mr. Padilla, you have 2 hours for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Killinger, let's start with the front page of your formal complaint, which is it's just a form that the PRC has. Can you tell me how you managed to get a hold of that particular form?
I found it on the PRC website.
And when did you go on the PRC website? I know that you signed it on September 29, 2020. Did you go that particular day, or was it sometime earlier?
I don't recall. It was probably a day or two in advance.
Okay. And you had left the employ of Rocky Mountain EMS as of August 24th, 2020, right?
I'll have to refer to my refer to my statement. The morning of August 24th is when I resigned.
Okay. And the time period, if my calculations are correct, between August 24, 2020 and September 29, 2020 is slightly over 5 weeks. Can you explain why it took you 5 weeks to file a complaint?
I had to think a lot about what I wanted to do. I did not want to file any complaint that was going to be personal in nature. I wanted to make sure that it was in the best interest of everybody involved. I took my time thinking about that.
Now, when you say you didn't want it to be personal in nature, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the way that I was treated by my employer.
So you didn't, am I understanding you correctly then to be saying that you were careful to ensure that, to leave your personal feelings out of this complaint?
Regarding the way that I was treated by Ed, I made sure that that was not a factor in me choosing to file the complaint or not.
Okay. So you thought about, it took you 5 weeks to consider those particular factors? Would that be correct?
That was part of it, yes. I also moved back across the country during that time.
Okay, so you moved from New Mexico to where?
Back to Florida.
Back to Florida. And when you came to New Mexico, did you come from Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you doing in Florida prior to coming to New Mexico? Were you employed?
Yes. I was employed by an EMS agency.
By what?
An EMS agency in Florida.
What is it? What is that? Could you be more specific, please?
Sunstar.
Funstar?
Sunstar Paramedics.
Sunstar. And what was the nature of your employment? Were you an EMT? What exactly did you do?
As a paramedic, doing 911 operations.
Okay. And how long had you been employed as a paramedic with that company at the time that you came to New Mexico?
I'm going to say approximately 3 months. When Ed first contacted me about my application to Rocky, when he gave me that first phone call, I told him that I had just been hired with another agency. So it was shortly after the pandemic that I started with them.
So let me refer you to Respondents Exhibit number 34. Do you have access to that, sir?
I can in a moment. Going off memory here while I'm loading it, was this one my application to Rocky?
No, that's your resume.
Okay. All right, I have it in front of me.
Okay. And you just said you were working for Sunstar, but I don't see that on your on your resume? Is there any particular reason why you didn't have that employment on your resume?
Because at the time that this resume was submitted, I had not yet been employed by Sunstar.
So when then, you went to work for Rocky Mountain in August of 2020. When did you submit this particular resume?
I don't recall. I'm sure that that's something that Ed Little could provide you with. It was done through Indeed.
Well, was it a month before, 2 months before, 6 months? Do you have a general idea?
I'm going to estimate that it was probably in the vicinity of April.
Okay. So let me ask you with regard to your resume here. You say you're an experienced 911 paramedic seeking deployment anywhere in the country to assist on the front lines of the pandemic. That's sounds kind of like military to me. And I understand that you have some military background, but why were you interested in deployment? And what do you mean by the front lines of the pandemic?
I chose wording that I thought would be attractive to employers who were looking for people who wanted to work on what is considered the front lines. The wording of front lines and deployment are words that are commonly used in the medical field.
Okay. And you say you were willing to work any and all hours, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you look down at your work experience, well, let me ask you this before we move on. You said you were in Florida and you moved back to Florida, but I note that your driver's license is from South Carolina, correct?
It is. I still have a residence there.
Okay, so have you been in Florida since you left here in August of 2020?
Mostly, yes.
Is there some reason that you choose to keep your driver's license in South Carolina even though you're not there?
It's convenient. I still have a residence there, so it's legal. So I'm going with the convenient route instead of changing my driver's license every time I move.
Would you have a residence in Florida?
I do, yes.
So you maintain 2 residences. Are these houses that you own or do you rent or?
One is an apartment that I rent in Florida, and one is my parents' house in South Carolina.
Oh, okay. Now, in your work experience, your initial entry says that you're a dance instructor at District Dance Academy in Clearwater, Florida. Do you still work at the Dance Academy?
I do.
How often do you work at the Dance Academy?
It depends. I teach a class once or twice a week, and I teach private lessons as needed.
Okay, and then do you have employment other than that in Florida?
Right now, no.
Okay, how long has it been? When you went back to Florida, did you just go back to the teaching dance, or did you have other employment?
As far as employment, it's just teaching dance. I'm also back in school.
You back in school full time?
Yes.
Okay, and what degree do you have, if any?
I have an associate in science.
Okay, is that a 2-year program, a 4-year program? What exactly is that?
That is a 2-year degree.
And if I remember correctly in reading some of your documentation, you went to 3 separate universities before you got that associate's?
3 separate colleges. One was the University of New England, one was Greenville Technical College, and one was Spartanburg Community College.
Okay, and so did the work that you did at 2 of the 3 apply to the 3rd college that you went to where you actually got your associate degree?
The degree was obtained from the 2nd, which was Greenville Technical College. The work from Spartanburg Community College transferred over there. University of New England was after that to take additional summer classes.
So did you go to any one of the, when you were going to any one of these colleges, did you take courses which qualified you as an EMT?
No, my EMT and paramedic certifications were obtained before my college classes
And where did you first obtain your EMT certification?
in South Carolina.
Where did you first obtain your paramedic certification?
In South Carolina.
Okay, and what did you have to do to be certified as an EMT and a paramedic in South Carolina? What were the basic requirements?
Combined, it's about 1.5 years worth of full-time schooling.
Okay, so did you go to a specific school that was for the purposes of obtaining those certifications?
Yes.
Is that a state certified school?
Yes.
Well, what's the name of that school?
Upstate EMS Council.
Okay. So I noticed on your resume that you also said that you are a paramedic with Lawrence County Emergency Medical Services in Lawrence, South Carolina. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And so you say that's from 2010 to 2019?
Yes.
You say you started
with a comment in there that I worked there because this is an Indeed resume, so I had to work with what I could on the system. I worked there from 2010 to 2015, and then again from 2017 to 2019.
right, and you say that you do say that in your resume. What I'm interested in is with regard to the dance instructor in Clearwater, Florida. You say that you worked from 2018 to the present, which would have been 2020, even if you submitted that in April or so. And then you say, with regard to being a paramedic in Lawrence County, you worked from 2010 to 2019, but specifically from 2017 to 2019. So those two time periods cover the same period.
Yes, I was still, for a while I was in Florida, when I moved down here, I still maintained employment in South Carolina, which is a 10-hour commute.
So you would go to Florida and work at the dance studio, and then you would drive 10 hours, go back to South Carolina and work as a paramedic?
Yes.
Okay. So I take it that neither job was a full-time job at that point in time. Would that be correct?
Depending on what you consider, the paramedic job in South Carolina was definitely part-time. The job as a dance instructor is more of a contractor basis, but I was definitely doing that as my full-time employment.
Okay, well, as a dance instructor, you say that you taught in a studio environment, as well as traveling to compete and teach around the country and internationally. And that's during this time period from 2018 to the present. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're traveling around to compete countrywide and internationally, then how do you maintain a part-time employment in South Carolina during those competitions?
So the requirement was that I sign up for at least 48 hours per month. And what I could do is set aside one weekend, 5 to 7 days of the month that I'm not doing anything for dance, drive up to South Carolina, work a few shifts, visit my family while I'm there, drive back to Florida. And I had to do that once per month.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that your primary employment then was in the dance arena as opposed to the paramedic arena?
Yes.
Now, going back to your complaint form, and I'm guessing you're using a computer there. So if I'm jumping around, you've got to have a second or so to make the switch. Would I be correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me know then when you're back to your formal complaint form.
I have the complaint form.
Okay, so when you got the complaint form, do I understand correctly that you did that on your own? You didn't request it from a specific individual, would that be correct?
No, it's freely available on the PRC website.
Okay. And did you simply go onto the PRC website intending to locate a complaint form, or did somebody suggest to you that you do that?
Someone suggested that.
Who suggested that you go to the PRC website and locate?
I don't recall, but I was asked if I would be willing to share my thoughts on the subject, and I said yes. So I made the decision to file the formal complaint. I was told that it was available to me if I chose to file it. I was told that I would probably have to go to court if I did that, and that that would be a long process. And I said I was willing to do that.
Was it somebody from the PRC that suggested that you do that?
I don't remember if it was the PRC. I think it was the EMS Bureau, because the EMS Bureau was the first to contact me.
Okay, you don't remember the name of the individual?
The first person to contact me, if I recall, I think his name was Jake Bennett.
Okay, and do you know what position he had with the EMS Bureau?
I don't recall what his position is.
Do you recall any explanation that he gave you as to why he might have been focusing on Rocky Mountain EMS via the EMS Bureau?
I do not recall what he said.
Okay. Did there come a time when you had communication with somebody at the PRC?
Yes.
And in terms of when you filed your complaint on September 29th, did that communication begin rather swiftly, or was it some time before you started communicating with anybody at the PRC?
I don't recall what the timeline was.
Okay, and who did you communicate with at the PRC specifically?
I had some email communication with one or two of the paralegals there. I had mostly I was communicating with Vince Crispin and James Martinez.
Okay, and how did those communications occur? Were they email communications?
There may have been some emails. The majority of it was phone calls.
Majority was what?
Phone calls.
I'm aware of some texts that you had with Mr. Martinez, but I'm unaware of any emails. Can you be a little bit more specific as to your recollection with regard to communicating with either Mr. Martinez or Mr. Crispin via email?
I don't recall what any of those. I'm sorry.
Let me correct that really quickly, because I just thought, I know that you sent an email to Mr. Crispin after he contacted you as a follow-up to an investigation. And I've seen that that somewhat lengthy email, which was essentially I'll call it a supplement to your complaint. I know about that one. So I'm interested in whether or not there are other emails that you can recollect that that you exchanged with either Mr. Crispin or Mr. Martinez.
I don't recall any others.
Okay. And with regard to the texting with Mr. Martinez, how often did that take place?
That was very infrequent.
Okay. And do you remember the subject matter of the texting?
I do not, but I know that you have a copy of it.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at the exhibits that I uploaded in this particular matter?
I did, but there were a lot of them.
Okay.
Do you have a specific one you want me to refer to?
No, I'm just wondering if, in preparing for today's hearing, we'll get to them, but I'm just wondering at this moment whether, as we sit here today, you have a recollection of having reviewed them and paid attention to what they said.
I did review them.
Okay. You mentioned that primarily communications were via phone call, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who were these phone communications with?
Mr. Martinez and Mr. Crespin, the investigators.
Okay, and when you say Mr. Martinez and Mr. Crispin, are you talking about a conversation you had where both of them were on the other end of the conversation, perhaps with, they had you on speaker, so they were both talking to you, or are you talking about individual phone calls that you had with each of them, or both perhaps?
I don't recall any group conversation. As I recall, it was all individual conversations with one of them at a time.
Do you recall how many times you spoke with Mr. Martinez approximately?
Probably only one or two.
And how about Mr. Crispin?
Also probably only one or two times.
And what was the subject matter of those conversations?
Investigation regarding Rocky and wanting to know any and all information that I can give them regarding basically what was in my complaint or going to be in my complaint.
So were they looking for specific information to kind of flesh out what I'll call the generalizations in your complaint?
Yes.
And were you able to give them that specific information?
Yes.
Okay, and did they, when you sent your follow-up email to Mr. Crispin, were there conversations after that to kind of flesh out what you said in that email?
I don't believe so. Essentially, the subject matter of the phone conversations was included in the email because I was asked to follow up with an email containing everything that we had just talked about.
Okay. So that second email then would contain, I take it, all of the specific knowledge that you had with regard to the complaints that you're here to testify about today, correct?
Yeah, everything that I could recall that I had talked about on the phone went into the email.
Okay. So when you got the formal complaint and you were filling it out, did you talk to anybody at the PRC before you initially filled out the complaint?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recollect who you spoke with?
It was either Mr. Martinez or Mr. Crespin, or potentially both.
Okay.
I don't remember the timing.
Okay, so if you were talking to them when you were filling out the complaint, and at this point I'm talking about the form portion of the complaint, did they explain anything to you about the complaint and the complaint system?
They told me where I needed to send it. And I asked a question about the spacing on the document. That's the only thing that I recall. As you'll see on there, I have an attached form, and it says see attached text file. So that was my question for them was, can I do that? And they said yes. So that was the extent of me really asking questions about this document.
So was there any discussion with regard to the content of your complaint and what either Mr. Martinez or Mr. Crispin was expecting you to include in the form portion of the complaint?
No.
Did you read the complaint form before you completed it?
I did.
Okay, and did you read that first paragraph where it says the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, NMPRC, attempts to resolve complaints against industries regulated by the NMPRC at the informal level with our Customer Relations Division. If a consumer is not satisfied with the outcome, they are welcome to file a formal complaint that may be heard by the NMPRC commissioners at a formal open meeting. Did you read that when you were filling out the complaint?
I did.
Did you ever speak with anybody from the Consumer Relations Division of the PRC?
I did not.
Is there any particular reason why you chose to bypass that particular aspect of the complaint form?
The complaint form does not require that I speak to the Consumer Relations Division before I submit the formal complaint.
Okay. Did you perchance look at Rule 1.2.2.15 of the PRC rules, which deals with
Hello.
formal complaints.
Hi.
I heard something
Hello?
and everything stopped. I don't quite know what that was.
Can you repeat your question, please?
I said, did you perchance have an opportunity to review Rule 1.2.2.15 of the PRC rules, which is the rule that specifically deals with formal complaints?
I do not recall if I reviewed that or not.
When you were speaking with either Mr. Martinez or Mr. Crispin, did any one of them direct you to that section of the rules?
I do not believe so.
As we sit here today, do you have any recollection of whether you have ever seen or reviewed Rule 1.2.2.15?
I don't know all the rules by number, but I did spend a significant period of time reviewing all of the PRC rules that I could find.
Okay, and would that include a rule that is entitled formal hearings?
A lot of it was on things like formal hearings and subpoenas and complaints.
I'm sorry, I was talking over you. And I'm gonna make the court reporter mad if I keep doing that. I meant to say formal complaints. Did your review include formal complaints?
Yes, I did.
And did your review include informal complaints?
I do not recall.
How about just complaints in general?
I do not recall.
Was there any particular reason why you wanted to focus on a formal complaint as opposed to simply making a complaint in general, perhaps an oral complaint, or making an informal complaint?
My understanding in my time working at Rocky Mountain EMS was that many informal complaints had been made and that they hadn't gotten anywhere. And that it was because people weren't willing to make formal complaints that things weren't going anywhere. So I said, I will do it. I will make the formal complaint.
And
I was not interested in delaying things by only making an informal complaint.
And you came to this conclusion during the short period of only 3 weeks. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Now, in the first section where there's a blank, it says you are to provide a clear and concise statement of the relief sought. And then in parentheses, it says, what do you think the company should do to make this situation right? And in close parentheses. And your response is, I believe that if RMEMS continues to operate, it is only a matter of time before someone is seriously injured or killed. Therefore, I believe the company should be immediately and permanently shut down as soon as possible. And you say in both sentences, I believe. Why did you use the words, I believe?
The question right above says, what do you think? So I answered with what I think.
Okay. Well, it says, what do you think the company should do to make the situation right? What do you think the company should do to make the situation right?
I think that they should shut down.
So you believe that the company should have voluntarily just shut down based upon your experience in 3 weeks working?
Yes.
Did you ever bring that up to Mr. Little or anybody at the company suggesting that they need to shut down?
Yes.
Who did you bring that up to?
Mr. Little.
And when did that occur?
Near the end of my employment there. He didn't really like that too much.
Okay, when you say near the end of your employment, are you talking about on the date you resigned or some point prior to that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, isn't it a fact that prior to the date that you resigned, Mr. Little had sent you an email telling you, you resigned on a Monday, and Mr. Little had sent you an email telling you that he wanted to meet with you to discuss your continuing employment with the company on Tuesday, the following day after you resigned. Isn't that true?
I do not recall getting such an email.
Okay, you just don't remember it or it didn't happen.
I do not remember getting any kind of email like that.
Okay. What led you to say that it's only a matter of time before someone is seriously injured or killed? What specifics do you have to support that statement?
Do you have the rest of my my formal complaint in front of you?
I do.
All right. There's a whole lot in here as far as specifics regarding the safety of the vehicles, regarding the training of the operators, regarding the length of time that people are required to work. Those would be the main things.
Wasn't that what you were hired for, is to correct those circumstances?
Yes,
Okay, and I believe you said you were hired for your expertise. Would that be correct?
that is correct.
And just, can you define for us specifically what is the expertise that you were hired for?
Approximately 10 years in the EMS field combined with military experience, Mr. Little liked that, combined with the fact that I grew up in the Boy Scouts, combined with my religion, that was a factor for him, combined with my education background and my education experience with teaching and coaching other people. So that was a combination factor for him as to why he offered me the director position.
So you said to offer you the director position, but you weren't hired as a director, were you?
I was officially hired as the director of education and then changed to director of operations approximately a week into my employment.
And what was your understanding that your function would be as a director of education?
Mostly to train and be a supervisor. And Mr. Little told me that essentially I was being brought in as the director. His hesitation was that he'd had several other directors over a very short period of time, and none of them had lasted very long. So he was hesitant to bring in another person under the title of director until he sees how it was going. But he brought me in telling me that I was the director.
Telling you that what?
That I was going to be the director.
So do I understand you correctly that when you started the employment with Rocky Mountain EMS, you expected to be the director of operations at some point in time?
That is correct. And that some point in time happened about a week into my employment.
Okay, was that the anticipated timeline or it just happened that way?
I wasn't expecting it to be that fast, but yeah, it was approximately the anticipated timeline.
Okay. And when you were asked to take the position as director of operations, would it be fair to say that you willingly accepted that position?
Yes.
Okay, and explain what the difference in your duties were, the difference between the director of education versus the director of operations.
There was no difference in my duties. Nothing changed except he got me business cards that say director of operations. Or actually, I think they just said director. So the only thing that changed was my official title.
Okay, and when you were hired, were you promised any type of autonomy? Were you promised that you would be able to take action on your own?
Yes.
What's the nature of the autonomy that you were promised?
I was told that if I wanted to fire somebody, they would be fired. If I wanted to hire somebody, they would be hired. I could do whatever I wanted as far as that. I was told that I was going to be the boss under Ed himself. And I was told that when I told him that something needed to be done, that he would do it. I was told that he was going to make sure everybody underneath me, to use his words, that they knew that if I said jump, that they jump.
Okay. And so when you started the employment as the director of training, was that the case?
Can you be more specific?
Well, you just explained to me what Mr. Little promised you or told you would be the case when you came to work for him. I'm just wondering whether or not when you started your employment with Rocky Mountain, that came to fruition, that Mr. Little followed through on his statements to you.
He did not. I was given more autonomy at the beginning with certain things. For instance, with hiring people, one of the first things that I told Ed on day one was, Ed, you're no longer allowed to hire people by yourself, because he had not always made good decisions with that. And he said, okay, yeah, you're right. And I said, let's do a 3-person panel. He said, yeah, you're right, let's do that. The 3-person panel was supposed to be me, Wendy, and Ed. The first interview that I ended up doing ended up being just me. Ed said, Wendy and I are busy, you take care of it, we'll follow your recommendation on that. So I had autonomy as far as who to hire. I did not have a lot of autonomy other than that. I had a lot of the things that I wanted to do, I was not allowed to do.
Okay, well, when you first went to work for Rocky Mountain EMS and you had this autonomy for hiring, what was your knowledge of the minimum requirements before a person could actually begin working, depending on the position, either as a driver or an EMT or a paralegal? Were you aware of the requirements of the PRC?
I was not aware of the New Mexico specific requirements. I left that up to Ed and Wendy because they were familiar with New Mexico and I was new to New Mexico. I did know that they had to fill out paperwork, so I made sure that that I got a list of what was required that I needed to get from the prospective employee and communicated that to the employees that they had to bring those things on day one, and then made sure that they had those. So everything that was on my list from them was paperwork that I got. So those were things like medical certifications and driver's license.
Okay, so for example, or do I understand you correctly to be saying that, let's say somebody was going to be hired or was applying as a driver, before they came in and interviewed, do I understand that you would tell them, okay, here's what you need to bring. You need to bring a copy of a driver's license that I can verify as being a current driver's license. You need to bring some sort of proof that that your license doesn't have a blemish on it. You need to have a Department of Transportation certification. You need to have a background investigation. You need to have a DOT examination. Did you tell people that they had to bring all that in advance or at the time they interviewed?
No. The things they had to bring for the interview were, as I recall, driver's license, social security card, and their medical certifications. All of the DOT, drug testing, background testing, motor vehicle check, all those things were done in the office after me.
They were done what?
They were done behind me. So I presented, here's the person we're hiring. This is what they've given me so far with the photocopies. And then I would give it to Ed and Wendy, and then they would take care of all the paperwork beyond that, such as sending them out for drug testing.
So as the director of operations, are you saying that you were not responsible for ensuring that the people that you hired autonomously got their appropriate certifications and documentation?
Certifications, yes. I was not responsible for their drug testing or their background checks or anything like that.
And why would you, as director of operations, who was over everybody except for Mr. Little, not be responsible for that specific function?
Because those were Mr. Little's functions.
Well, were you concerned at all that the person that you hire would have to follow through and obtain that documentation and have to go through, for example, the DOT testing?
Can you rephrase that?
Were you concerned that that had to be done and that it had to be done quickly?
No.
Did you-
Usually things like DOT testing and drug testing are usually pretty quick.
Well, did you tell people, for example, when you interviewed them and they didn't have a drug test and they didn't have a DOT exam or certification, did you tell them that they were not allowed to work until such time as they obtained those documents?
Yes.
Okay, and did that occur?
Yes. Everyone that I hired had to have those documents before they started working. There were some people that were hired by Ed that I did not have any choice in, that were put on the road before I could make sure that they had those things. Those were not my decision.
How many people did you hire in the 3 weeks that you were there?
I recall hiring 2.
And how many people did Ed Little hire during those 3 weeks?
I'm going to say at least 3 or 4.
Okay, so 5 to 6 people, correct?
Yes.
And how many employees total did Rocky Mountain have during those 3 weeks that you were employed with him?
I'm going to estimate maybe 15.
Okay, so fully a third of that workforce, or maybe even a little bit more than a third of that workforce, was hired in that 3 week period? Is that correct?
They have a very high turnover, yes.
Was it your experience that turnover rate was the norm?
No, that's a very high turnover rate.
No, I'm talking about the norm for Rocky Mountain, not the norm in the industry.
I can't speak as to what their turnover was before I showed up.
Okay, so did 5 or 6 people actually leave employment with Rocky Mountain EMS during the 3 weeks that you were there?
I don't think so. I don't think anybody actually quit while I was there. If they did, then it was only maybe 1 or 2.
Okay. So the second requirement of this form says that you have to provide a concise and explicit statement of the facts that which the complainant alleges shows a violation. Please use additional sheets if necessary. Attach any relevant documentation such as a copy of the bills in dispute, canceled checks, documentation which will support your position. And you put in there, see attached text file. What do you mean when you say text file?
I wrote this as a text document with the on the computer. It is a .txt, so it's technically a text file.
Okay, so what I see is I see little over 4-page typewritten document that starts out to whom it may concern. Was that your text document?
Yes.
I guess what's confusing me is I think of a text as something you get on your telephone. Did you submit this complaint via telephone text, or is this more an email type of thing? If you could explain to me a little more clearly.
No, it was attached to the complaint when I filed it.
Was attached to what?
It was attached to the complaint when I filed it.
I understand that, but you say, see the attached text file. And I'm trying to understand, did you submit a text via the telephone?
No, it's text as in words on a page.
Okay. So did you send it then via email? Or did you mail it?
If I recall correctly, it was sent via email.
Okay. And who was the email directed to?
I do not recall. It's wherever the form designated that it should go.
Okay, well, the form just says, filing, mail your original document along with your filing fee to New Mexico Public Regulations Commission, Records Bureau, P.O. Box 1269, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504.
Okay, I see that. I was given an email address by somebody at the PRC, and they told me that I had to email it to that address. I don't recall what the address was.
Okay, but the form also requires that you pay a $25 fee, and you couldn't text a fee, correct?
Nope, I mailed in the fee.
You know, when you say you emailed a fee,
No, I mailed the fee.
you mailed the fee. Okay. And would you have mailed the fee essentially on the day that this complaint is dated on September 29th of 2020?
I don't recall the exact day, but approximately yes.
Okay. And what did you send? Just a regular check or?
I believe so.
Okay. The next segment says that you are to provide a statement of any laws, rules, orders, tariffs, certificates of public convenience and necessity, or operating authorities alleged to have been violated. And you, I'll say generically, is how I'll characterize it, stated numerous safety, legal, and ethical violations, and in this one, ethical has been taken out. So essentially, we're left with numerous safety, legal violations, or safety and legal violations. But there's nothing here with regard to specific laws, rules, orders, anything of that nature. Can you explain to us, please, why you did not provide specifics as to statutes, rules, that type of thing?
I did not know the specific references for the laws that were broken by the company. So I listed everything.
Okay, well, in your narrative, you state that in the 3 weeks that you were employed by Rocky Mountain, I think the phrase that you used was, I developed an intimate familiarity. What do you mean by an intimate familiarity?
I mean that I was highly familiar with the company's operations.
You mean that what?
I was extremely familiar with the company's operations.
Okay, so you were hired because of your expertise, correct?
Correct.
Did your expertise necessarily involve knowledge of the law as it pertains to the operation of an ambulance company?
For New Mexico specifically, no.
Okay, did you ever research New Mexico law during the 3 weeks that you were here working for Rocky Mountain EMS to determine what the state statutes and what the regulations of the PRC require?
Yes.
When did you do that?
In between all of the other things that I was doing for the company.
So was that during the 3 week period that you were?
During the 3 week period, yes.
Okay, did you review, for example, the Motor Carrier Act, which is the primary act that deals with ambulances in this state?
Yes.
Did you review the entire act?
I do not recall.
Did you review the PRC rules as they pertain to the operation of an ambulance service?
I believe so. If I recall, the Motor Carrier Act is a lengthy act, and a lot of it does not apply to ambulances. So I do not believe I read the whole act. I read everything that I believe pertained to what we were doing.
Okay, having read everything in the Motor Carrier Act, which pertains to the operation of an ambulance service in the state of Mexico, why did you not make reference to specific sections of the Motor Carrier Act when you filed your complaint and the language of the form seems to mandate that you do so?
I do not recall.
Was that a conscious decision? Were you just in a hurry?
I was not in a hurry. It does not seem to me that there is any legal requirement that you fill out a formal complaint in a specific manner. Rather, it seems to me that this is how the PRC chooses to conduct business and how they want people to fill out the forms.
Well, let me suggest to you, Mr. Killinger, and I don't know whether you've had an opportunity to review this, but there is a specific rules section. It's rule 1.2.2.15 that relates to formal complaints, and that has mandatory requirements which include this particular section.
Okay,
Madam
Mr.
Examiner,
Mr. Padilla, Mr.
Pardon?
Padilla, you can't testify. You can ask him if he has read that section.
I was just putting him in the position, I was just about to ask him whether or not he was aware of that particular statutory requirement or regulatory requirement.
Mr. Killinger, are you aware of that regulation?
I was not.
Are you aware of that regulation as we sit here today?
I am now. I still have not read it.
Okay. Did you discuss any statutory provisions or regulatory provisions with either Mr. Crispin or Mr. Martinez?
No.
Once you submitted your application, did you receive a phone call from Mr. Martinez, Mr. Crispin, or anybody else at the PRC suggesting that you needed to add further detail to the form portion of your complaint?
No.
Okay, Mr. Killinger, you stated that you worked at Rocky Mountain EMS for 3 weeks during the period from August 3rd through the morning of August 24th. Would that be correct?
August 3rd to August 24th, that is correct.
Okay. And you said you developed an intimate familiarity with the RMES operation. And then you go on to say, it is my professional opinion that it is in the best interests of the New Mexico public and the medical field as a whole to shut down RMEMS operation immediately and permanently. When you say your professional opinion, what do you mean?
I mean, I am a professional in my field. I've been doing this for approximately 10 years. I am highly educated for a paramedic. I am experienced. I have been a captain, a supervisor, I've been a training officer. I've worked with a lot of great agencies. And in my professional opinion, as somebody that has been seen as a professional in this field, Rocky Mountain EMS is an embarrassment.
Do you have any knowledge specifically with, you've indicated to me that you read over the statute and much of it didn't apply in your opinion, but it doesn't sound like you read over the PRC regulations in any detail. Would that be correct?
I do not recall.
So would it be your professional opinion as the law would apply in New Mexico, or simply your professional opinion in general?
Is my professional opinion as far as health and safety, which is, as far as health and safety and the medical field as a whole, that is not referring to New Mexico, that's referring to EMS in general.
Now, your second paragraph says, first I'd like to say a little about my credibility. And then you say, feel free to skip this paragraph if it's not needed. Why would you say, feel free to skip this if you put a relatively lengthy paragraph about what you deem to be your credibility?
If the credibility is not something that's in question, then you can feel free to skip what you just called a lengthy paragraph. If it is something in question, then there it is.
Why would you assume that nobody would question your credibility?
Because I was hired as an expert. The owner of the company hired me as an expert in this field.
Okay. Now, you say that the vast majority of your time, however, is in emergency 911 operations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, now, Rocky Mountain EMS doesn't do any emergency work, correct?
Depending on how you define emergency work, they do not do 911 operations, technically. They're not supposed to do 911 operations, is my understanding, but they don't answer the phone for 911, but they do take what could be considered emergency calls.
Well, they do what are called inter-facility transports, correct?
There were also a few times where we were called to specific scenes that were outside of a hospital, where we actually went to somebody's house, picked them up, and took them to a hospital.
Okay.
Like took them to the emergency room, which in my opinion is what I would call a pseudo 911. Technically, it was not a 911 call, but as far as I'm concerned, that's a 911 operation.
Okay, so when those calls came in, is that the person, somebody from the home that was responded to that made those calls, or was it somebody from the hospital that was asking for a transport of a person from their home to that hospital?
It could be either one. Everything that I recall was somebody from the home that called and said we need a ride to the emergency room.
Okay, was that typically the type of message is we need a ride to the emergency room?
I don't know. I didn't take the call, but I know that the ones that I was aware of were made by somebody that was at the home or part of the family, not from the emergency room.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is why you would characterize that as a 911 emergency type of call. If somebody just calls and says, hey, I need a ride to the hospital without expressing any urgency about the reason for going to the hospital, would you classify that as a 911 emergency?
I classified that as a pseudo 911 because they did not call 911, but they did not have an appointment. They did not have an admission to the hospital. They were going to the emergency room and they called an ambulance to take them there. And in each of these instances, it was somebody that needed stretcher transportation.
Well, are you aware of why such a person would call Rocky Mountain EMS directly as opposed to doing what most people would expect, and that's dial 911?
My understanding is that it would be because of successful marketing on behalf of Rocky Mountain, that people are under the impression that they will get better care from a private agency versus from the state-run agency.
Meaning the local fire department or?
Correct. In the case of Santa Fe, it was the local fire department.
Okay. So during the 3 weeks that you were employed by Rocky Mountain, did you find the fire department, the local fire department in Santa Fe to be deficient in any manner?
No.
You talk about your background, about functioning as a training officer and captain supervisor, your certifications in South Carolina, Florida, and temporary in New Mexico. And then you say, as well as various, quote, alphabet soup, close quote, and FEMA certifications. What do you mean when you, what is the importance of alphabet soup and FEMA certifications?
Alphabet soup is a term in the medical field that refers to things such as, there are usually 3 or 4 letter acronyms. So things like ACLS, AMLS, PALS, so like Advanced Cardiovascular Life Support, Pediatric Advanced Life Support, stuff like that.
So why wouldn't you specifically say list those things, as you seem to be relatively specific about your your credentials? Why would you simply say alphabet soup instead of listing those specific qualifications?
I did not think that those were relevant. What I thought was relevant was that they are multiple medical certifications as well as multiple FEMA certifications, which as of right now is still the understanding that everyone in this court has.
What do FEMA certifications have to do with running an ambulance service?
Every ambulance agency in the country, as far as I'm aware, is supposed to have all of their employees are supposed to have at least a few FEMA certifications regarding incident command systems.
So that's a FEMA certification?
Yes.
What does being in the South Carolina State Guard and being a pilot have to do with running an ambulance service?
That is my military background. That's credibility, not necessarily in relation to an ambulance service. It's credibility in general.
I'm sorry. Would the same thing apply to being an Eagle Scout?
Yes. What I'm establishing here is integrity.
Okay. Your next paragraph, you talk about after a phone interview with Mr. Little, he offered you an expense-paid trip to New Mexico from Florida to check out the area and the operation, as well as to meet some of your potential future coworkers. You came out for a few days and met several of the workers. When did that occur?
I do not recall. I'm sure that your client has a record of the expenses that he paid when I came out there.
Well, what's the best of your recollection in terms of when you actually came out here to work? Were you out here 2 weeks before, 3 months before?
It was several weeks before. I'm going to estimate maybe June was when I came out.
Middle of June, end of June?
I don't recall.
Now you say you found a very clean base, but you were shocked to see some of the blatant safety and maintenance issues. It seems to be kind of opposite, a very clean base and then shocked to see certain things. Why did you put it that way?
Because that's exactly what I saw. The base itself was very clean, looked very nice, looked like a very nice working area, but then you go out to the trucks and the trucks are in appalling condition. In fact, I go on to say right after that I did my ride along in 49, and I was just riding along as an observer with two of the employees. So I was in the back seat, got in the captain's chair, which is the chair facing the back window, and there was not even a seat belt to buckle myself in. So I had to sit in a different seat.
Okay. And I take it that when you did that, because you later on said you notified Mr. Little of the seatbelt issue, that you didn't take that ride with Mr. Little. Would that be correct?
Do you mean Mr. Little being in the ambulance with me when I did my ride along?
Yes.
No, he was not one of the two people that was there.
Okay. And you say during my visit, I was warned by multiple employees about the legal issues and pending investigations surrounding RMEMS and was advised to research it before making my decision to accept employment. How many employees warned you?
4.
Okay. And didn't you take that as a red flag?
I did, yes.
Yet you accepted the position, correct?
I did. What I saw was that the employees were saying, research this before you decide to come out here, but we would love to have you and we need your help. So I decided that these were people that I wanted to work with and I wanted to help them.
Well, if it was such a shocking and blatant safety and maintenance situation, did you think you were going to be able to resolve this in a week or two?
I was hoping that I would be able to resolve it very quickly.
And how do you define very quickly?
as soon as humanly possible, depending on how quickly Ed was going to be able to accommodate things like budget requests.
Well, you were only there for 3 weeks and you're talking about a shocking situation and blatant safety measures. That doesn't sound to me like it's the type of thing that can be dealt with overnight. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say. A lot of these things were going to take time, such as having to train all the employees. There were things that I made an extensive list when I got out there and presented that to Ed. I said, this is a long list of everything that needs to change if this company is going to be what you want it to be. Now, he didn't like that, and that's something that the other, his previous directors had also done. So I said, I have also prioritized this list. I have a short list of things that need to happen right now. They need to happen immediately, like as of this conversation. And these other things on this list, I'm going to have prioritized. So these things need to happen like within a few days. These things need to happen within a month, etc. So I had a prioritized list for him. He liked that more. One of the things, for instance, that I had as an immediate change was that we can no longer be sending anybody out on the road without training, which was previously the practice. The people would just be hired and put out on the street. And I said, that's not going to happen anymore. It's going to take time to train up the people that are already here, but we can at least stop that from getting worse by not continuing that practice.
What happened to the list?
I have it.
So why didn't you include those lists with your complaint?
I included a lot of information with my complaint and everything that I thought was relevant. So the initial list that I made has a lot of repeat information on the complaint as you see it. Some of those things were changed. I made a lot of changes over the 3 weeks that I was there. We had a lot of success. The reason that I left was not because of lack of success in those areas. It was because of Mr. Little's activities.
Because of Mr. Little's what?
Mr. Little's activities.
He asked to leave?
No. I made it clear to Mr. Little that if he did not cooperate with things that I told him were a priority one, that I would leave. And he was not cooperative and continued to do things in secret that I told him could not happen again. And so I left immediately after that.
So it sounds to me like you wanted to have the final say so and act as though this was your company. Would that be a correct characterization?
Mostly, and that's exactly what I was hired for.
Okay. Now, your next paragraph, you talk about Mr. Little just needing someone to seek what could be done and that he, and what was needed, and that he was willing to get things fixed. Is that correct?
Which part are you referring to?
It's the fourth paragraph. You said, it starts out saying he said he just needed someone who could see things that need to get done, prioritize them appropriately, communicate with him what needs to be done. Said that if I could do that, he would be absolutely willing to get things fixed.
Yes, that's not in reference to the job description. That's in reference to why things were not already fixed. Because I talked to him before I left New Mexico during my trip out there to visit. I had a conversation with him over breakfast about what I had found. And I was very frank with him about like the conversations I'd had with some of the employees. I told him, what I had seen in the base. Your bases are very clean. That's awesome. He was very proud of that. I told him that I did not like the condition of the trucks, and I was specific about things like the seatbelt. And he told me that what he needed in order to fix those things, it was not a budgetary issue, that what he needed was somebody who could see what needs to be done and then actually separate out the things that need to be done that are a priority versus the things that aren't a priority. So what he told me was that the problem that he had with his previous directors was that they couldn't prioritize anything. They would come to him with 100 things at once and say, all of this has to be done right now. And they get mad when they didn't happen.
And so if you were able to do that, he said he would do what would be needed to correct that, right?
That's correct.
And you just said a few moments ago that you made a lot of progress while you were there. So would I be correct in concluding then that Mr. Little was in fact responsive to your suggestions?
He was responsive to some of them. He was not responsive to the things that were most critical, the things that I consider the priority one, which are the things that I told him I would leave over. Those were the things that were safety issues, both safety for the crew and for the patients.
Okay. So that, I take it, is what caused you to ultimately leave?
That is correct.
You say, I was offered a healthy salary to be that person. Was there just an offer, a unilateral offer of a specific amount by Mr. Little, or was there a negotiation?
He made an offer and I accepted it. We agreed that we could renegotiate later, that we would renegotiate at the end of the year, but initially I just accepted the offer that he gave me because it was pretty good. He offered me $400 a day. So it was not hourly, it was daily. And $400 a day, if you're working 7 days a week like I was, is a very good salary for paramedic. So I was not inclined to negotiate off that.
Or did you anticipate when you went to work for Rocky Mountain that you were going to be working 7 days a week?
I anticipated that that would probably be the case initially. And that once we got things stabilized and we got the fires put out, so to speak, and made sure that the company was not about to be put out of business or shut down by the regulatory agencies. Once we took care of all the legal and safety problems and the training problems, the next priority was to build up the business and make sure that we had enough business to get other people helping me do the many jobs that I started out doing.
When you came to work for Rocky Mountain EMS, were you aware that there were regulatory issues?
Yes.
Were you aware with regard to the specifics of those regulatory issues?
As far as I know, I was aware of all of them, but or I should say, as far as I knew at the time, I was aware of all of them. But attending the December 11th hearing, I learned that there was more that I was still not aware of.
Even though you had researched it?
That's correct.
So you say when you came to New Mexico, you began working immediately?
That's correct. I landed and on Sunday, and Ed picked me up and picked me up from the airport, took me back to the Albuquerque office, and we immediately started reviewing things, started going over the operations. I was not like officially on the clock as of that day, but basically I started working as soon as I landed and Ed picked me up. We were already talking business.
So you say you were not officially on the clock?
I don't think he paid me for the first day, but I was okay with that because he paid for all my flight and everything. So I don't think he officially started paying me until Monday morning.
And you say you were working 7 days a week. Is that 24/7?
That's correct.
So
504 hours.
Sleep?
I occasionally had time for a nap, but I did not get a lot of rest during those 3 weeks.
How many hours per day typically would you say you were able to nap?
I'm going to estimate an average of 4 per 24 hours, and that was not always consecutive.
And were you working the other 20 hours continuously?
Correct.
And you were satisfied working 24 hours a day, essentially, for $400 a day?
For a time, yes. I was willing to work hard and try to make a difference.
Okay.
My original agreement with him was that we would be renegotiating at the end of the year. So I told him that he would have my undivided attention and all of my effort during that time. So that's what I gave him.
Okay. Now you say during this time, and we're talking about the 3 weeks that you were there, During this time, I functioned as a trainee, driver, paramedic, supervisor, dispatcher, marketer, and director. 7 distinct functions. Did you perform all those functions at the same time?
No. For instance, the trainee, I was only a trainee, if I recall, on the first day. I can only do 1 or 2 things at a time. So for instance, if I'm dispatching, I'm not acting in a marketing capacity during that time. Or if I am supervising, and I didn't say on there that I was training people, but that's also something that I was doing. But for instance, if I'm training somebody, I'm not out talking to nursing homes and hospitals, passing out materials and shaking hands if I'm busy training people. So yes, I did all of those things during those 3 weeks.
You said that you were hired as the training director, correct?
Yes.
So if you're hired as the training director, then why did you have to be a trainee? Because you are the trainer.
Because there were operations that were specific to Rocky Mountain EMS, so I needed a day to ride along with another paramedic. So you could show me their equipment, show me their trucks, show me how they do things at the hospital, how they fill out their reports, etc.
Okay, now, in that same paragraph, you end up complaining about Mr. Little, Ed Little, but you also complain about his assistant, Wendy, and that would be the Wendy that's testifying in this case, that started going around you to do things anyway. So what did Wendy do to go around you?
I don't recall much difference between what came from Wendy right now and what came from Ed. I would have to look back at my notes to see which was which. I do know that Wendy, she was Ed's right-hand person. She was his assistant. She was the one that made a lot of what he wanted to happen. She was the one that made a lot of that happen. And when she made decisions on things, those were usually from Ed specifically, that he wanted it done this way. If it was something that she and I disagreed on, then she would get Ed's support before disagreeing with me on those things.
So if
I included her in the interest of being thorough. That said, I believe I also included in my complaint a note on how much he had been harassing her during that time. So
yeah,
what came from him and what came from her, I don't necessarily know.
What came from him and what came from her, what?
I don't necessarily know everything as far as what came from him and what came from her if I wasn't in the office at the time.
Okay. So
a lot of it I do know came directly from Ed.
Okay. But at least at some point in time, you were concerned with Wendy going around your back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then later on, you say, after the initial writing of this letter, it was brought to my attention that Wendy Ashworth resigned and filed a formal complaint. So it was then that you knew she was gone and she'd already filed a complaint that you decided to change your mind. Would that be fair?
I did not change anything that I wrote above. The reason I added that in there is because that's my observation was that that Wendy was a very abused employee and that I was glad that she got out. I added that in there because I thought that might lend some credibility to what she was saying. I didn't want what I was saying to threaten her credibility, if that makes sense.
Well, do you remember writing a rather lengthy email a rather lengthy text to Ed Little on August 25th, 2 days the day after you quit, and in part of that email demanding an apology, and you said, but that apology can come from Wendy.
Yeah, I do. And that particular segment of that lengthy text was something where Pardon my language, Wendy was kind of nasty to me during that time. Yes, that particular segment of the text, I said that part can come from Wendy and that would be acceptable to me. Notice there was also a part of the text where I demanded an apology to Wendy from Ed.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you were concerned with some of the, if this is a correct phrase, management decisions made or carried out by Wendy?
I think that Wendy was acting in what she thought was her employer's best interest. That being Ed.
Well, you did put that in the end after you became aware that she had resigned and filed a complaint of her own, but why didn't you choose to put that in your initial narrative?
Which part?
Well, the initial narrative, which is on page 1, so far we've been talking about the narrative up until where you start numbering things 1, 2, 3. And it's not until you get through numbering things, the last one being 28, that you say, after the initial writing of this letter, it was brought to my attention that Wendy Ashworth resigned and filed a formal complaint against RMEMS. While Wendy is named above in being involved with some of the issues, I want to make it clear she was Ed's right-hand person, but she was subjected to his verbal abuse, et cetera, et cetera. So why didn't you say that in the first place, as opposed to waiting until you were advised that she had resigned and filed a complaint even before you had filed a complaint?
I added that clause in there as from my original email. That said, this is the document that I originally filed with the formal complaint. It was not rewritten for that. This part was added for it to be the formal complaint. This was added as a clause to support the legitimacy of Wendy's complaint. Before I knew that she had made the complaint, it did not seem relevant to describe that she was Ed's right-hand person.
Ms. Glick, I notice it's 2:35. We've been going for roughly an hour and a half, and I don't know if this is a good time for you. You had indicated a break an hour and a half in the afternoon. And I also wanted to kind of get an idea from you as to, I know you're keeping track of my time, how much time I have left. I can't hear you, Ms. Glick. You're still muted.
You have 36 minutes left. So actually, I was going to continue until you're finished because we got back later than I thought we were going to from lunch. So I'd like to go ahead and finish with your 36 minutes and then we'll break.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Killinger, I'm going to go back to my exhibits at this point, okay?
All right, can you refer me to the specific exhibit?
Well, I'm going to start with exhibit number 35, and eventually I'm going to go through 44. But let's start with exhibit 35.
I'm on 35.
Okay. And Madam Hearing Examiner, just for the record, I need to state that for some reason you reviewed my exhibits and you had me change 3 of them, I believe it was, because of information, personal information. And I believe, I feel obligated to disclose to you that this exhibit 35, as it's filed, contains a date of birth and a social security number.
Oh, I thank you for letting me know. I overlooked that. Can you, before we start tomorrow, can you delete the one that's on Dropbox and replace it one with this that has the social and date of birth blacked out?
Yes, ma'am, but I do intend to offer it into evidence subject to redaction.
That's fine.
Okay, and before I move on to that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I move the admission of Respondents Exhibit 34, which is Mr. Killinger's resume.
Mr. Killinger, do you have any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay. RMEMS Exhibit 34 is admitted.
Okay, and Mr. Killinger, let me tell you that primarily with these next few documents, I'm not necessarily interested in the totality of the content. I'm really focusing more on the dates. So Respondent Exhibit number 35 is entitled Employment Eligibility Verification. You see that?
Where?
It's
Which
35
section?
top, it says
The second
Employment
page?
Eligibility Verification.
Yes, so you're looking at the second page, yes?
Is that the second page or?
The one that starts saying Section 2, Employer Authorized Representative?
Okay, maybe I have these backwards. Oh, and Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry, but on one of the pages also it has some passport and driver's license information, and I will redact those as well.
Thank you.
So you say that's the second page, Mr. Killinger. The way I have them is the first page is the one that has your name, your birth date, and your social security number, and then the second page is a continuation, and that's the one where it has some passport information. And,
Okay.
Okay.
So you're on the first page.
So I'm on the first page, and basically what I'm interested in are the dates. Down at the bottom where it has your signature, it says August 2nd of 2020, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
It says 8/02-2020. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's before you actually became employed. You said you didn't come to New Mexico until August 3rd. How did this document that's dated the day before you work come to be included in your personnel file?
Stand by, let me look at the date here. August 3rd was a Monday, correct?
I'm not sure if you say so.
Let me just double check that. I'm gonna look at the calendar real quick.
I'm told it was a Monday, Mr. Killinger.
Okay, so August 2nd was a Sunday. That is the day my flight landed. So I immediately was picked up by Ed, and we went to the Albuquerque office and I filled out paperwork.
Okay,
So that's why that one is dated August 2nd.
Okay, so that's the day you said you didn't get paid for.
Yes, I don't think he paid me for that day. I don't think he started it until Monday. Like I said, I wasn't worried about that day because he paid for my flight and everything. So I wasn't complaining about that.
Okay, well, in your narrative, you use the date as August 3rd as the start date. So
that was my official start date.
Okay. If you look at the second page of that, it's got a signature by Wendy Jo Ashworth. It's the employer's, it says the employee's first date of employment, and that's blank, but it has Wendy Jo Ashworth. You see that? About 2/3 of the way down the page?
On the second page?
It's on the second page, the one that has the passport information and the driver's license stuff.
Yes.
Okay. That looks like Wendy Jo Ashworth signed it on August 20th of 2020.
That's what it looks like.
Why would that be signed by, I guess, the employer representative 18 days after it was submitted?
That's a good question, and that I do not know, but that was not me doing that.
Did you ever see that was the date that it was signed, or is this, now that I pointed out, is this the first time that you're aware of that?
That's the first time that I'm aware of that.
Okay. Move the admission of number 35 subject to the redaction, Your Honor.
Mr. Killinger, any objection?
No objection, subject to redaction.
Okay. It is admitted subject to redaction.
All right, thank you. Exhibit number 36, Mr. Killinger, would you look at that, please? It says employee information summary.
All right, I have 36.
Okay. That's some basic information that apparently you provided to Rocky Mountain EMS. Would that be correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that's dated on the bottom under your signature, August 4, 2020, right?
correct.
Okay, so that would be the day after you indicated that you started employment, correct?
Yes, I was given a stack of papers by Ed, and he said, fill these out when you get a chance. And a few days later was the first time I had a chance to do it.
Okay, move the admission of Exhibit 36.
Mr. Killinger, do you have any objection?
No objection.
Okay, RMEMS Exhibit 36 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Killinger, would you look at Exhibit 37?
All right, I'm on 37.
Okay, that says Concentra Medical Centers. What I'm interested in is the date up at the top. It says service date 8/4/2020. Do you see that? Top right?
Yes,
Okay, would that be correct as the date that whatever you did with Concentra Medical Centers took place?
that is correct.
Okay, move the admission of Exhibit 37.
Any objection, Mr. Killinger?
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Killinger.
RMEMS Exhibit 37 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Killinger, let's look at Exhibit 38, would you please?
I have 38.
Okay, that's a 6-page document, and let me direct your attention to starting at the second page. Up in the top right-hand corner,
Yes,
it says 8/4/2020, you see that?
yes,
And then if you look at the next 5 pages, each one of them in the top right-hand corner says 8/4/2020. Would that be correct?
correct.
Okay. And would that correspond with your recollection of when you dealt with this medical examination report?
Yes,
Move the admission of number 38.
Mr. Killinger, any objection?
no objection.
RMEMS Exhibit 38 is admitted.
Would you look at Exhibit 39, please, Mr. Killinger?
All right, I have 39.
Okay, again, if you look at it's that second box, or third box down, I'm sorry, about 3/4 of the way down, where on the left-hand side it says medical examiner's signature, and then it says date certificate signed. You see that?
Yes,
And that says August 4, 2020, correct?
correct.
Would that correspond with your recollection of the date of the certification?
Correct.
Okay, move the admission of Exhibit 40.
I think that was 39.
I'm sorry, 39.
And I note that I also didn't see this also identifies Mr. Killinger's driver's license number. So Mr. Padilla, I would also ask that by tomorrow morning, you do the same thing. You delete the one that's been uploaded and replace it with one that has his driver's license number redacted.
Yes, ma'am, I see that and I will accomplish that.
Mr. Killinger, with that condition, do you object to admission of this document?
No objection with the redaction.
Okay, so RMEMS Exhibit 39 is admitted subject to redaction of the driver's license number.
Okay. I don't have a 40 yet. I believe, Madam Hearing Examiner, that you removed number 40.
I did, and I said that you could only use Exhibit 40 if you have a signed release from Mr. Killinger for HIPAA purposes.
And I was only intent on using number 44, not for the contents of the document, but for the date.
I have no objection to the date of, all these were on the same date. They were the same doctor visit.
Okay,
It's
so that was
still- This still can't be admitted as an exhibit without Mr. Killinger providing a written release.
I'm just interested in the date, and Mr. Killinger has indicated that August 4th would be the date on that one as well. Would that be correct, Mr. Killinger?
Yeah. To answer your question, yes, the date is correct.
Okay. And
Well,
then, would you,
Hold on just a minute. So you're not moving this exhibit into evidence, is that correct?
not unless Mr. Killinger wants to waive his HIPAA rights. The only reason that I included that was with regard to the date. So I'm not interested in disclosing Mr. Killinger's personal medical information.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, would you look at exhibit number 41, Mr. Killinger? You see that?
Yes,
Okay, that's the temporary license in New Mexico as an EMT-paramedic that you obtained, correct?
correct.
And that was dated August 5th, 2020, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you have to apply for that, Mr. Killinger?
I did, yes.
What, did you get it the same day you applied, or did you do that on the 3rd, the 4th? Do you recollect?
I apply. Are you asking what date I applied?
Yeah, do you recollect whether you got this letter the same day you applied or a day or two later?
This was definitely after I applied. I had applied significantly in advance.
Did you apply after you got to New Mexico or before you got to New Mexico?
Both. I did an application remotely, and it was sent back to me. And Ed Little told me, go ahead and fly in, and if you walk in person, they'll have it. They'll have the license in your hands within a day or so. So he said, go ahead and come in. So I did.
I'm sorry.
So I applied again in person.
Okay, so you got licensed on August 5th, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, move the admission of exhibit 41.
Mr. Killinger, any objection?
No objection.
RMEMS Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Killinger, the next document is mediation agreement, exhibit 42. You see that?
Yes,
Okay, and that was signed August 4th, 2020, correct?
correct.
Okay, and it says that RMEMS and the employee mutually agreed to submit any irresolvable disputes involving things including compensation to mediation by a mutually agreeable third party, correct?
Correct.
And when you decided to quit the employment with Rocky Mountain EMS, there was apparently a dispute as to compensation, right?
This mediation agreement says irresolvable disputes, and that dispute was resolved.
I'm
It did
sorry,
not need to go through mediation. I'm sorry?
I didn't hear clearly what you said.
The mediation agreement says irresolvable disputes. That dispute regarding compensation was resolved.
Okay, so are you saying that you resolved that dispute?
That's correct.
Okay, move the admission of exhibit number 42.
Mr. Killinger, any objection?
No objection.
RMEMS Exhibit 42 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Killinger, next is exhibit 43, and that's about 24 pages long.
I have that.
Okay, now that's a text primarily that you wrote, correct?
I would have to, you said primarily, I would have to look down and see if there's other, yes, okay, so there are responses on here, but it is primarily what I wrote.
Okay. And this was in connection with ultimately was getting paid after you had resigned, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this an email from you to Mr. Little?
It is a text message from you to Mr. Little.
Okay, and is this text message, does it fairly and accurately represent what you texted to Mr. Little? And, excuse me,
I'm sorry. It appears to be the text that I sent.
I move the admission of Exhibit 43.
Mr. Killinger, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, RMEMS Exhibit 43 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Killinger, this text starts out with citations to 4 Bible passages. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, the first is Romans 4:4, and that particularly deals with wages, right?
That's correct.
Okay, the second is James 5:4, and again, that deals with wages, correct?
Correct.
The third is Jeremiah 22:13, and that deals with wages essentially. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the fourth is Luke 12:57 to 59. And again, that deals with getting paid, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in emailing Mr. Little and quoting from the Bible for, approximately 6, maybe 7 pages. Well, let me count them. The first, guess it's 5 pages. You were quoting because you want to get paid, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after you quote, you say, in part, when you say, I ask for nothing extra, only what was agreed upon is stated in my email. I do not wish to become entangled in any legal battles. I only wish to collect my due and walk away. So would it be fair to say that you were telling Mr. Little, let's just end this relationship, just pay me what I say I'm due, and that'll be the end of it?
That was what the original text message said.
Pardon?
That's what the original text message said. That's what
Okay.
this exhibit says.
Okay. And then on the next page, you say in part, I'm willing to sign a contract depending on what it actually says. You see that?
Which page?
Well, the page after
I see it.
where it says, I only wish to collect my due and walk away.
Yes.
Then the next page says, I'm willing to sign a contract depending on what exactly it says.
Yes.
Okay. And the next page, you put a deadline of Friday at 5 p.m. for being paid in full, correct?
Correct.
So this contract that you're willing to sign, that was in return for getting paid, right?
Correct.
And part of the contract would be a requirement that you not file a complaint with the PRC, correct?
That was the original intent. I never signed that contract.
Okay, but you did tell Mr. Little, if I get my money, I won't file a complaint, right?
That's not what I told him.
Well, isn't that what this text says in part?
Yes, that was an early text early in that week. The conversation that he and I had later in the week, as we shook hands over the check that he wrote me, was where his other attorney was present, was where I agreed that I would not start anything. I said, if somebody from the state comes to me first, then I will talk to them, and I don't want to be restricted from that. But I will not go to them first. And that's exactly what happened. The first contact was from the EMS Bureau to me.
Okay. So that's what you meant by saying, but like I said, my main interest is that I get paid what I earned and go home, right?
Correct.
Now, you're talking about a paycheck of $6,195. That's quite a hefty sum for having worked for 3 weeks, is it not?
Yes,
You had already received one paycheck, correct?
correct. I had received one paycheck that was for 1 week, and this paycheck was going to be for 2 weeks, and at $400 a day times 14 days, that comes out to $5,600, if I recall. Yes, so that's $5,600. Plus, there were a few $100s of other things that he had promised would be reimbursed.
Okay, well, if you're being specific about it, you say a paycheck in the amount of $6,195.
Yes, that I had forgotten about that. There was a discrepancy with my previous paycheck, where, in a nutshell, he did not pay me $400 a day, which was what he initially promised me. And the reason he did that, and he didn't talk to me about this ahead of time, the reason he did that was because I was not New Mexico certified for the first 2 days. So I was not able to operate as a paramedic until the 5th. So he was paying me his driver rate until then. So I had issue with that because he didn't tell me that in advance. Part of our agreement when we decided on a sum was that I was just going to let that go for those 2 days of reduced pay.
Well, ultimately, did you let it go, or did you get your $6,195?
No, I let that part of it go. I took a reduced sum.
So how much did you ultimately get then?
I don't recall.
Okay, did you get this check for $179.69?
He wrote me one check for everything.
And was that done timely by the 28th?
It was not.
So did you end up charging him this $400 per calendar day beginning Monday, August 24th that you make reference to in the email?
No, I agreed to let that go as well. I believe it was shortly after 5 on Friday, if I recall correctly, or somewhere thereabouts that we ended up coming to an agreement. So not worth to me going into details on it being past 5 p.m.
Okay. Then further on in the text, you're talking about an apology to Landon Jet and yourself. And you talk about causing the two of you to work longer than 24 hours. And you say this particular segment of the apology may instead be completed by Wendy Ashworth. Is that this particular segment of the apology may instead be completed by Wendy Ashworth because it was Miss Ashworth who insisted that the work take place more than 24 hours?
It was Wendy that we were communicating with. I believe the decision came from Ed.
Okay, but she's the one that was insisting that you work more than 24 hours straight, correct?
She was the dispatcher at the time.
Okay. Okay, and finally, let's look at exhibit number 44. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, that's 4 pages long. Are these texts between you and Mr. Martinez? James Martinez with the PRC?
It doesn't have a name on it, so I don't recall who it was with, but that is my phone number at the top. This would have been between me and somebody at the PRC, whether it was Mr. Martinez or somebody else.
Okay, do they fairly and accurately represent the communications?
It appears so.
Okay, I'd move the admission of exhibit 44.
Mr. Killinger, any objection?
No objection.
RMEMS Exhibit 44 is admitted.
Okay, on the second page, down at the bottom, it says, I was on duty for 504 straight hours. That's 24/7 for 3 weeks of my employment. You see that?
Yes.
So are you saying that you actually worked 504 straight hours without a break?
Depending on how you define without a break, yes. I was on duty the whole time. I was liable to be sent on a call the whole time. I was liable to answer the phone the whole time. I did not have any designated breaks during that time, 504 hours.
So is it your position that you were entitled to be paid even for sleep time?
That is correct. That was the agreement between me and Ed, is that I would be paid per day, not per hour. I was going to be paid $400 per day.
Okay, on the next page, it says, it sounds, you're talking about RMEMS, and you say it sounds like the main defense is, quote, we deny that any of this is true and none of it can be proven, close quote. A lot of these allegations of the company can be proven with investigation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say a lot of these allegations can be proven against the company can be proven with investigation, is that an acknowledgement that in your complaint, there were matters stated that needed further investigation by the PRC in order to verify what you were complaining about?
Depending on what they consider to be evidence, yes.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with somebody at the PRC saying your complaint is too vague, we need more specifics?
No, I gave all the details that I could. I kept very detailed diary during my director tenure, not with the intention of taking it to the PRC, with the intention of taking it to Ed for our regular meetings, so that he could be kept apprised of everything that we were doing, everything that was going wrong, everything that we were doing to change it, the things that needed to be fixed, etc. So I kept very detailed notes, and I used those notes to write my complaint.
But you didn't attach the notes, correct?
I compiled them.
Okay. The last communication was on October 28th, and you say you just got a call from RMEMS's attorney requesting that you be available for deposition. And you ask, I have not been served with a subpoena. Does a deposition request hold any weight in New Mexico without a subpoena? Were you requesting legal advice at that point?
I was not sure if that would be constitute legal advice or not. That was never answered. And what I was told was that we cannot give you any legal advice. So I actually spent the next 24 hours after that diving into New Mexico and federal law regarding subpoenas and witnesses and cases like this. Wrote my own case and did my own research on all the laws that I could find on this.
Okay. Madam Examiner, how much time do I have left?
6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you. Paragraph number 5, that is the first paragraph that was allowed to stay in there. And you say, I don't know how legal this is.
Are we back to my formal complaint?
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're back to the complaint.
All right, I have it.
Okay, paragraph number 5, which would be on the second of the typewritten pages. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all lined out. So paragraph number 5 is the first one that's left in. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, I don't know how legal this is, but all EMTs are instructed that any psychiatric call must be documented as an emergency so we can bill and get paid. Why would you include something that you don't know whether it's legal or not?
I've never worked in the billing department of an EMS agency, but that seems off kilter compared to everything else that I've ever seen in the emergency medical field. So it was suspicious to me, and I included it in my report.
Okay, but you didn't have any specifics about that, did you? Any specific patient that applied to, for example?
The specific is that any psychiatric patient has to be documented that way. So in investigation, they could go back and look at literally any psychiatric call and see that that's the case, that they're documented as emergencies.
Okay, let's go down to number 11, which is the next one that's not marked out. And it says trucks were being operated without proper proof of registration. As far as I know, all of these were up to date, but the papers are usually not kept in the truck. Ed likes to keep them in the office. So are you saying all the trucks were in fact properly registered?
That's the part that I don't know. I did not know if they were properly registered. Ed told me that they were. What I do know is that all of the trucks are supposed to have proof of registration and insurance in the truck itself, physically present in the truck. I brought this to Ed, and this was one of the things that he shot me down on. He said that I want to keep them in the office because he does not trust his employees to take care of those things. These are some of the things that are supposed to be in the red book that you were questioning Wendy about.
Okay.
So I don't know if they were up to date or not. He said they were, but he likes to keep the actual papers in the office.
Okay, but you did say, as far as I know, correct?
Yeah, he said that they were all up to date. So that's where the as far as I know comes from. Now, they're usually not kept on the trucks, that I know, because I was there and I checked them. So they were operated without proof on board.
Okay, number 13 talks about items that are not commonly on trucks, and then it says, pick any truck in the fleet and do an inspection. That suggests to me that you're telling the BRC you need to inspect this particular generalized complaint. Would that be fair?
I'm saying this is a verifiable fact, yes.
Okay. Number 16, you talk about a patient complaining to the receiving entity that he was transported for an hour in a hot box. Do you know the specific patient, the name of that particular patient?
I do not recall the patient, but it was one of mine. I was the paramedic in the back of the ambulance with that patient. And it was indeed over 100 degrees
Okay,
for an hour.
Wouldn't you expect that a complaint of that nature to the receiving entity would result in a complaint being lodged by the receiving entity?
That totally depends on who hears it.
Okay. Truck 17 or paragraph 17 and 18 talk about specific trucks, 49, 59, and 57. How do you remember 5 weeks later the specific trucks and the specific issues with regard to the trucks?
Recall that during my time as a director, I kept very specific notes on every issue that I could find, particularly regarding the maintenance and the upkeep and the supplies on the trucks. So one of those things was keeping a list of everything that needs to be fixed on every vehicle.
Okay, number 19.
The purpose of that was so that if a truck such as 49 goes to the shop, that I can contact Mike, the mechanic, and say, here's a list of everything that I need fixed on the truck.
You had the authority to do that?
Yes.
Okay, number 19 says almost every truck did not have a functional two-way radio. Does that mean that there were trucks that had functional two-way radios?
I seem to recall that there was one, and I don't remember which one it was. I think it was the one that Nick Grassetto had.
And did the employees who utilized that truck know how to use that radio?
Nick, yes. He was the only one that was utilizing that truck.
Okay. Number 20, attempting to force a driver, Dylan Yurchek, to transport an hour each for 2 patients after he reported he couldn't do it to exhaustion. Is that what you were talking about in the text message that you said that Wendy could apologize for?
No, this is a separate instance.
Okay.
There were multiple instances of this happening.
Okay, 26, attempting to force crews to run more than 24 hours straight. Why did you use the word attempting?
Because I said no and hung up the phone and repeatedly and went back to base. So the attempt was made, and I was on board and said it's not going to happen.
So it didn't happen then, correct?
It did not happen, but the attempt was made and threats were made to try to make it happen.
Okay,
Mr. Padilla, your time is up.
okay.
Let's take a break until 3:25. Kim, could you give me a call real quick? I'll give you my phone number.
Okay.
257-8808. Thank you.
257-8808.
So you know, Lorraine was talking about that coworker that's sleeping with one of the members.
Yeah.
That guy just bought her a brand new Jeep.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have like a minute left on my break time before we go back on. I just,
Kim, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Thank you.
All right, let's go back on the record. Mr. Killinger, I have a few questions for you now. First, I just want to clarify a couple things. When you spoke of trucks, were you referring to ambulances?
that's correct.
Okay. You talked about giving a priority list to Mr. Little. Was that before you began working or after?
That was after I began working. In my first, my first day or two of employment, I spent a lot of time assessing things and came up with this prioritized list based on things like the highest priority things were things like safety issues, truck maintenance, and things that would potentially get the company shut down if they were not fixed immediately.
All right. What decisions did you have authority to make versus what decisions did Ms. Ashworth have authority to make?
Depending on how you define authority, there's the authority that I was told that I would have versus the authority that I actually had. I actually had very little authority, in my opinion. I was supposed to have complete authority over the company unless Ed decided to overrule me on something. Miss Ashworth was, there was muddy water, so to speak, as far as where the lines were on who had authority on what between her and me. Basically anything that came to dispatching, I would make requests and make my opinions known as far as how I thought things should be done or changed with that. But ultimately, if she was the acting dispatcher, then how calls were assigned as far as like the day-to-day operations of, which trucks take what calls. If she was the dispatcher, she would have those decisions. A lot of her things that she was doing were not seen by the street crews. I was mostly involved with the street crews. So the little bit of overlap there was basically dispatching, where if she was on duty, she had priority.
Okay.
Most of her stuff was office related. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Did Rocky Mountain EMS hire employees who were just drivers? Or this is a compound question. Were paramedics and EMTs also serving as drivers?
Both. So we had a few different classifications of employees. You had employees that were drivers and drivers only. So those people had supposedly driver's license, driver training, clean driving history, background check, etc. They're supposed to have all those things, even if they didn't. Then you have the next step up from there, because those drivers only did not have any medical training whatsoever. Up from there, we have the EMT basic and the EMT intermediate, and then the EMT paramedic. So those could also function as drivers. So they should be trained and certified in every way and have all of the things in their driver file, because they were allowed to drive. But their primary employment was to do the medical work. Usually they would be put with a driver. So you would have like an EMT and a driver partnered together. And then if you have a patient on board, then the EMT is in the back with the patient and the driver is driving. If you don't have a patient on board, sometimes we just take turns driving, especially because we have really long distances to drive. So yes, the EMTs and paramedics do also drive. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. On the first page of the text of your complaint that starts out, "To whom it may concern," in the second paragraph, you state that you are an AEMT. What is that?
All right, so I said my background includes 10 years of working in EMS as an EMT, AEMT, and paramedic. It would be incomplete to say that I have 10 years experience as a paramedic. So these are different certification levels of EMT. So EMT is synonymous usually with EMT basic, but is also a broad generalization of emergency technician, medical technicians, including paramedics. So what this statement means is I started out as an EMT basic, kept going through school while I was working in the field, became an advanced EMT, which is the AEMT. A lot of the country has adopted AEMT in place of intermediate. It is a more advanced than intermediate scope of practice. It's like paramedic light, and then went to paramedic school from there and became the next level of certification.
And then I think 2 sentences down from there, you say you have an NREMT certification. What is that?
It is the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians. It is not recognized by every state, but a lot of the states recognize that as the national credential. And for a lot of states, including South Carolina and Florida, which I'm also certified in, if you have the National Registry, all you have to do to get the state certification is pass a background check and pay their certification fee. So it's considered the national standard.
All right. Then the 5th paragraph down, it starts with "a few months later." I have a question about this sentence that's in that paragraph. "I stood in the way of it as long as I could, but as soon as Ed and his assistant Wendy, with Ed's support, started going around me to do those things anyway, I resigned." What are those things that you're referring to?
All right, things that were disregarding the safety and legality of the company's operations. So the things that were most blatant to me that he started going around me to do regarded, there's a particular employee. This is one of the number one things for me, Mr. Grisetto.
Okay, and let me just say, before you say any more, I don't know if you were going to go this way, but don't say anything regarding any results of drug tests with respect to Mr. Grizzetto. I don't know if you were going to go that way. I'm not saying anything about any results of any drug tests. Just don't say anything about that.
Okay. This is actually the other Mr. Grizzetto. And Nick Grizzetto is has been employed by Ed for 11 or 12 years, I believe. He was the one that had his own ambulance assigned to him and stationed at his house. I had an investigation specifically into his behavior with UNM Hospital. Went down and conducted this investigation with the chief of security of the hospital there. Watched videos of everything, and read all the statements from the security officers and everything. And his behavior was completely appalling and inappropriate for the medical field. And I made it absolutely clear to Ed that we cannot continue to employ this person. I can go into further detail on that if you want. But it is abundantly clear that he cannot continue to be employed in the medical field. And Ed disagreed with me and actually went behind my back to continue dispatching this person on his own calls without me knowing where he was going when I was acting dispatcher for everyone else. So he would secretly dispatch Mr. Grizzetto to take his own calls and continue employing him when I made it clear that I wanted to meet up with him to fire him. I told him that because he'd been employed there for so long, he deserved to be fired face to face. And Ed was not going to allow that to happen. So that was one of the issues. Another was regarding training.
Before you go on, yes, tell me more about this appalling behavior of Mr. Grizzetto.
All right. So this is one of the incidents, but this is the one that took place with UNM. There was an incident where he took a psych patient back to the hospital that was sending. So they transported for a few minutes and then turned around and went back to the sending facility because he was not comfortable with the patient's behavior. In the Sally Port, which is the kind of like the loading area that any prison is going to have this area, or any psych hospital that has a prison-like facility. You have this Sally Port, which is basically a loading area where they're doing their initial intake of the patients. There are, I believe, 3 security officers in between Mr. Grizzetto and the patient. Patient is seated in a very calm manner by the wall, and Mr. Grizzetto can be seen on video pulling pepper spray out of his pocket and holding it behind his back. One of the security officers told him to put it back, and he did, but then he pulled it out again. He can be seen being very aggressive when the patient is totally calm, and Mr. Grizzetto is behind the other officers, being very aggressive towards the patient, gesticulating aggressively. And then he can be seen later actually pulling out the pepper spray again and pointing at the patient and holding the pepper spray out in a threatening way. There was no sound with this video. It was video only, but I had 3 statements that were all very consistent from the security officers and techs in the room that all agreed that he said that this patient was going to bring out the old cop in him, that he threatened to spray this patient like a bug, and that he threatened to make the next George Floyd out of him.
Okay, so go on. I think you were going to give another example of how Ed Little went around you.
All right. There was another employee. Remember, I mentioned that we cannot continue to. This was one of my firm priority 1 things with Ed, that we cannot continue to send employees out on the road when they have no idea what they're doing. There was an employee that started shortly before I did, who graduated EMT school online due to the pandemic. And she had never actually touched a patient before being hired because of her online pandemic training. But she got her EMT certification through this special pandemic means. And the idea is that wherever you go to work is supposed to train you, right? But she's never even taken a blood pressure on a live person before. She has no idea how to do this. So she came to apply for Rocky Mountain, and her boyfriend came with her. And at her interview, they gave her shirts and put her on a truck and sent her out on calls. She said that they gave her training. They gave her like 2 minutes of training on how to operate the stretcher, and that was it. Furthermore, they offered her boyfriend $200 cash to drive her for the rest of the shift. This kind of behavior is not becoming of an EMS agency, particularly one that intends to, like Mr. Little said, to actually be a reputable agency, which is my goal, was to actually be able to take them back there. And I said the very first thing that we have to do is we cannot send people out on the road without training. So we had a new EMT that I was working on training. She was another case of brand new, just graduated, no idea what she's doing. And I said, she needs more time. She needs more time with me before we can put her out on the road. And Ed went around me and declared that she was getting one more shift, which was a single psych patient transport down to the Peak, I believe, somewhere down near the border of Texas. Very long transport, one patient, and just a psych call. She was getting this one last call, and that was her last training time. And after that, she's on her own. And furthermore, that was with Mr. Grussetto, who was the person that I said could not be employed by us any further because his behavior is appalling. So that was another example. Mr. Little continued to completely disregard everything I said as far as maintenance of vehicles. And when I took vehicles out of service, he would put them back in service and send people out with them. So basically, I was being completely gone around at that point. Some of it was done behind my back, some of it was not. But I had told Mr. Little that if he was not going to participate with what I said was priority one, which was primarily going to be safety and legality issues, then I was going to leave, and I did. Does that answer your question?
Yes, just one follow-up. What are some of the maintenance issues with the ambulances that you brought to Mr. Little's attention?
The biggest one by far for me is air conditioning. There were very few vehicles in the fleet that had functional air conditioning. And so, for instance, that one patient that I transported that I was with for over an hour, and it was over 100 degrees in the back of the ambulance. I think that's completely unacceptable. And he wanted us to keep transporting patients in those conditions.
So you told him about that, and he refused to repair the air conditioning?
We kept being told there's nothing wrong with these trucks.
By Mr. Little told you that?
Yes.
Okay.
There was another incident of where I was personally in the vehicle, where I was with a driver, and while she was driving, she would get, anytime she was starting or stopping, if she was, I believe, under 35 miles per hour. I had details written on this somewhere, and I don't recall if this was in my specific complaint, but there was, I believe if it was under 35 miles per hour, she said it was very difficult to control the steering. And, kind of like the steering wheel was almost completely locked up. So we reported that to Mr. Little, and I took that ambulance out of service. And he said, there's nothing wrong with this truck, and put it back into service. So yeah, he was completely disregarding anything that I had to say as far as vehicle maintenance.
Okay. And you referred to him disregarding your priority one concerns. Are those the concerns you just spoke about?
Yes. Priority one were things that needed to be changed immediately with no wait period. They needed to be done right away because they were safety or legality issues.
On the very last page of your complaint, the text part of it, in the paragraph starting in conclusion, one of the sentences that you say is, if the company is allowed to continue operation someone will eventually be seriously injured or killed. What is the basis for that assertion? Is it the examples that you just gave? Is it more than that?
Yes, primarily, I would say it's the lack of regard for vehicle maintenance, lack of regard for any training whatsoever for the employees, including driver training, lack of regard for how long people are allowed to drive. That's a huge thing for me. And I would also say lack of regard for things like equipment, supplies, like ambulances going out with no AEDs, with no oxygen on board. It's completely inappropriate for an ambulance. And eventually that's going to come back to bite them. Somebody's going to need something they don't have, or somebody's going to fall asleep behind the wheel. I think it's just a matter of luck that this hasn't happened yet.
And then you sign your letter, David Killinger, NRP. What is NRP?
NRP is the current, that is the new post-nominal letters used by the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, the NREMT. So that is nationally registered paramedic.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions. You have 10 minutes if you want, as I explained to Ms. Ashworth, to expand on any questions that you were asked by myself or Mr. Padilla that you feel that you want to expand more on. Is there anything that you want to state?
Yes, there are two things that I would like to expand on. The first was, he asked, was the Santa Fe Fire Department, who runs the 911 ambulance operations in Santa Fe, are they deficient in any way? And I said no. I did not expand on that at the time. I think a more complete answer would be that I believe that the Santa Fe Fire Department is more proficient in every way than Rocky Mountain EMS was. So the goal was to become more proficient than the fire department, but we never reached that goal. So that's the first thing, was regarding the fire department. I think that regarding the health and safety of the public, they are better off with Santa Fe Fire handling the operations there. Second thing was, Mr. Padilla asked, wasn't my job to fix those things that I was complaining about? And I wanted to expound that, yes, that was my job. And that's exactly what I was there for. That's what I've been trained to do. That's where my expertise is. My expertise was ignored, and I had the support of almost every employee under me. And what I lacked was the support of the owner to actually make those things happen. So the things that were not changing, I left because I did not want to be associated with a company that would not change those things. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla, you have 10 minutes to follow up on anything Mr. Killinger just said and in his redirect, or any questions that I asked him.
Mr. Killinger, you just talked about the Santa Fe Fire Department and said that they're more proficient so that they would be a better source to use than Rocky Mountain EMS, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that the Santa Fe Fire Department does not do interfacility transports, that their function is limited to emergency transports?
That sounds like testimony. Is that a question or is that testimony?
Excuse me?
Is that a question or is that testimony?
Well, I'm asking you whether you're aware that that's the function that that particular fire department performs.
I am aware of the function that they perform, yes.
And what is that function? Is there
that function includes interfacility transport as needed, and they have performed that function during the 3 weeks that I was there.
They do that on a regular basis, or is that kind of a periodic?
Rocky Mountain had the contract. We would be the first ones called. If we were taking too long to get there, then they would call Santa Fe Fire, and Santa Fe Fire would take the call. They would perform the interfacility transport.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Killinger, very much. You're excused as a witness.
Thank you.
And Mr. Borman, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'd call Paula Johnson.
Okay,
It looks like we have Ms. Johnson here.
yes, we do.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I understand that we still have an hour, a little bit more than an hour in this particular matter. But since I have 2 hours to cross-examine Ms. Johnson, I don't know what her physical condition is at this point. I do know that at least initially, she had a brain surgery as a result of an aneurysm. And I don't know whether she should be granted the courtesy of saying, of at least commenting whether she prefers to do something now and then come back in the morning or do it, or whether she would be better off doing it all at one time. And again, I don't know what her particular physical situation is at this point in time.
Ms. Johnson, I'm probably going to adjourn today at 5. So that means that probably Mr. Padilla will not conclude his cross-examination of you by 5 today. So I guess the question is, do you prefer to go ahead and get started today, come back tomorrow morning at 9? Or do you prefer to just do it all tomorrow at 9?
Can we get started today?
Yes, that's my preference, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I only have a few questions for you.
Did you want me to swear in the witness?
Yes,
Yes,
thank
please.
No, that's all right. I was trying to catch it earlier this time. Ma'am, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'm going to, hang on, I'm going to turn up my volume here. You have a little bit of a low voice. Thank you.
Thank you for appearing this afternoon, Ms. Johnson. Could you first identify yourself for the record?
Paula Johnson.
Okay, and are you the same Paula Johnson who was involved in an incident at St. Vincent Hospital in Santa Fe on January 18th, 2019?
I am.
Okay, and do you recall discussing this incident with investigator James Martinez of the New Mexico PRC?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall executing an affidavit regarding the incident and providing it to investigator Martinez?
Yes, I do.
Have you seen that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. And then is that a true and correct copy of your affidavit?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Brad, do you mean the one that you sent to me?
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. The one that should be marked as
Exhibit 8?
I think it is.
Yes, Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, and before I go further, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Manick, did execute for us a HIPAA authorization form, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't plan to introduce that as an exhibit unless you require it to be an exhibit, but we did get a HIPAA authorization form executed by Ms. Johnson, and I can either upload it onto the Dropbox, or I can send it to the parties. I don't know what your preference would be.
Why don't you just email it to all of us? I don't think it's necessary to move it into evidence as an exhibit, but
Yeah, I didn't think so either, but okay. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, could you just briefly describe the incident of January 18th, 2019 to the best of your recollection?
Well, Mr. Borman,
Yes.
in my procedural order, I said that I wouldn't allow this kind of summary testimony.
Okay. I apologize. I guess at this time then, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 8.
Is there any objection? Staff Exhibit 8 is admitted.
And I would offer Ms. Johnson for cross-examination.
Okay. And Mr. Padilla, you have 2 hours.
Well, before we proceed, I have a question, and this is, I guess, more along the lines of fairness. But when we get further into this particular matter, I'm guessing it's going to be Mr. Martinez that's going to testify with regard to his investigation. And there's a number of photographs that are proposed exhibits on behalf of the staff. Yeah, it would be Exhibit 11. If I'm reading the exhibits correctly. In any event, my concern is this. First of all, I don't know whether Ms. Johnson intends to testify with regard to the photographs, but when we ultimately get to them, I guess it's my impression that Ms. Johnson or somebody that is associated with her took the photographs, and what I'm getting to is the foundational issues, because I don't think that Mr. Martinez, if in fact he's the one that staff intends to have deal with these photographs, can lay the foundation as to who took them, where they were taken, when they were taken, that type of scenario. And I'd be perfectly happy to object on that basis when Mr. Martinez, I presume, testifies about that. But I have no idea whether this witness intended those photographs to be part of her statement, whether that was simply a part of Mr. Martinez's investigation, or what role they play as part of this witness's testimony. So I don't know whether it's not an objection, and I don't know to bring it up. I just thought it's appropriate to potentially to discuss that at this point.
Well, I can certainly see if we can get Ms. Johnson to identify the photographs and move the photographs through her if you desire.
Mr. Borman, why don't you go ahead and ask questions about the photos?
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, do you have copies of the photographs that I sent to your council last week?
Yes.
Have you looked at those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And those photographs, are those all photographs of you?
Yes.
Okay. And those photographs were taken right after the incident took place?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Well then with that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 11, which are the photographs of Ms. Johnson.
I just have one more question regarding that. Ms. Johnson, who took these photographs?
I believe it was my brother that took them.
Okay, is there any objection to admission of Staff Exhibit 11?
No.
Who has the dog?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. You get to have the dog then.
Okay, Okay, so staff exhibit 11 is admitted.
Thank you.
These photographs, the dog was barking and I didn't get to state my position on these. These photographs, and if I understand correctly what we're talking about, they haven't even been specifically identified. We haven't talked about the number of photographs. I'm just assuming that there's a group of photographs which, if I'm looking at them correctly, would be pages 37 through 44.
It is staff exhibit 11 as up Dropbox.
Yes, it is pages 37 to 44.
So I guess I'm concerned with foundational issues, because if this witness did not take the photographs, then I don't know that she can lay the appropriate foundation for them, for their admission. So I guess I object on the basis of lack of foundation.
Mr. Borman?
Well, I mean, these photographs are photographs of Ms. Johnson. I mean, I'm not sure what additional foundation is needed. These are her. She identifies the photos of her. They were taken of her, shortly after the incident took place. I mean, I don't know what else is necessary to establish a foundation here.
Okay, I am overruling your objection, Mr. Padilla. Staff exhibit 11 is admitted.
And I have no further questions for Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, thank you very much. I really appreciate your appearance today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Padilla, you have 2 hours.
Ms. Johnson, you're fairly soft-spoken, and do you feel okay to be going through this today?
Yes.
I know that you had an aneurysm and a brain surgery. Are you taking any medication that affects your ability to understand what's going on here today?
No.
Yeah. All right, then do you have available to you Exhibit A8, Ms. Johnson, which is a 2-page affidavit that you signed?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, that affidavit was notarized on February 4, 2020. Is that correct? If you look at the
Yes.
second page? Would that be correct, then?
Yes.
Okay. And the affidavit talks about an incident that occurred on January 18, 2019, correct?
Yes.
So that's more than a year after the incident that you signed this affidavit, right? Let me tell you, Ms. Johnson, if you're confused by one of my questions, or you don't understand one of my questions, would you please tell me?
Okay.
Okay, but so my question is, your affidavit was signed more than a year after the incident, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So this affidavit is a typewritten affidavit. Did you type this affidavit yourself?
No, I sat with my attorney to get it done.
Okay, so would it be fair then for me to conclude that your attorney drafted this affidavit?
I told him everything that happened, that transpired, and that's how he got the information.
Okay, and your attorney is there with you today, correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And your attorney is Mr. Paul Manick?
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
So obviously, as of February 4th of 2020, you had an attorney. How soon after the incident of January 18th of 2019 did you retain an attorney?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Mr. Padilla?
This goes to the motive of having done this affidavit. Ms. Johnson has in fact filed a lawsuit against Rocky Mountain EMS, not only against Rocky Mountain EMS, but she has also sued St. Vincent's Hospital in connection with this particular matter. And there are inconsistencies between her affidavit and the lawsuit which was filed. So I think it goes to the motivation behind the affidavit and the credibility of the affidavit itself. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Overruled. Could you ask the question again, please, Mr. Padilla?
I asked you, Ms. Johnson, if in fact your attorney drafted the affidavit, if he's the one that had it typed up.
Yes, he typed it with the information I relayed to him.
Did you relay the information to him that date on February 4th of 2020, or had you given him the information prior to that time?
It was on that day. It was the day and probably the day before when we were meeting, going through, getting ready to prepare this.
Prepare what?
The affidavit.
Okay. And when did you actually hire an attorney?
I believe it was early February of this year.
Would it be 2019 or 2020? The incident occurred in January.
2020.
Okay. You didn't hire an attorney for roughly a year after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did it come about that you decided to do an affidavit? Did somebody ask you, for example, did somebody from the PRC contact you or contact your attorney and ask for an affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how that occurred? Could you explain that to me, please?
Excuse me. James Martinez had requested an affidavit from me, which I had been unable to get to him, as he wanted it written, and I can't write with my right hand, which is my dominant hand. So when I hired an attorney, we were able to meet with Mr. Martinez, and he again asked for an affidavit. So we decided we'd type it out, but I would give the information and then notarize it.
Okay. Did Mr. Martinez in any way suggest to you what he wanted in the affidavit, what the contents of the affidavit should be?
No, he did.
Was it a circumstance where he simply said, would you give me an affidavit as to what occurred on January 18th of 2019?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you say in paragraph 2 of your affidavit, you say, the information I provide in this affidavit is of my own personal knowledge, unless I specifically indicate otherwise. I want to talk for a moment about your own personal knowledge. My understanding is that prior to January 18 of 2019, you had been in the hospital in Albuquerque because of an aneurysm, correct?
Yes,
And then you had been in Presbyterian Hospital?
yes.
Okay, and when did this aneurysm occur?
They found it, I believe it was November of 2018.
Okay, so would it have been the first part of November of 2018 or
I think it was towards Thanksgiving.
okay. And can you remember what happened?
I had a really bad headache and I had gone into work and I was the only one on duty that day. So my fiance went in to go check on me and I was throwing up and everything. So we closed the store and he took me to the emergency room and they started giving me tests because my headache would not go away. And it was found that I had an aneurysm.
Okay, and did you remain conscious throughout all of this?
Yes, I did. And the emergency personnel referred me to Dr. Elias in Albuquerque, at Presbyterian Albuquerque.
Okay, so let me see if I understand this correctly. You were having problems, so your fiance took you to the hospital, would that be correct?
Yes,
And he took you, I take it, to the emergency room, is that correct?
yes, in Espanola.
In Espanola, all right. So that would be the Presbyterian Hospital in Espanola?
Yes,
And what, did they get you in right away or did they make you wait around for a while?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm trying to get ultimately at your memory of this because obviously the aneurysm affected your brain and then you had a brain surgery. So I don't know whether that had an effect on things like your ability to understand or your ability to remember.
Yes,
So do you remember clearly what happened or do you just kind of remember what happened?
the day that I went into the emergency room, I pretty much remember that.
Okay. So was it at the hospital in Espanola that you were diagnosed with having a brain aneurysm?
Yes, it was.
And I'm sorry, if you had something further to say, please finish.
I had an aneurysm, but during surgery, when I had surgery in Albuquerque, I had a stroke during surgery.
Okay. So you went to the emergency room in Espanola and you mentioned a moment ago that they referred you to a doctor with Presbyterian. Would that be a neurologist?
Yes, it was. It was a neurology surgeon.
Remember the doctor's name?
Dr. Elias?
Elias?
Yes.
And is Dr. Elias in Espanola or is he in Albuquerque?
In Albuquerque.
Okay. While you were in the emergency room in Espanola, is that where the initial diagnosis was made?
For the aneurysm, yes.
Okay. And how long were you in the emergency room at Espanola?
I don't recall.
Okay, you said they referred you to Dr. Elias. Did they simply make a referral and then allow you or some member of your family to travel to Albuquerque to meet Dr. Elias? Or were you transported there via ambulance?
I was released.
It was what?
I was released from the emergency room. And then
Okay,
I contacted Dr. Elias, who wanted to do a procedure on me, which was done, I believe, in January of 2019. And that didn't resolve the issue. So that's when he had to go in to actually cut my head open for the surgery.
Okay, so let me see if I understand this correctly. You went into the emergency room in Espanola and they diagnosed you as suffering from a brain aneurysm, correct?
Yes,
And was that actively going on at the time that you went into the emergency room?
yes,
So they diagnosed you and then they released you without,
yes, they did.
they didn't admit you to a hospital,
No,
okay? What did they tell you at that point other than you have a brain aneurysm? Did
that
they,
I needed to contact the neurosurgeon, Dr. Elias, and schedule a procedure with him. And that's what I did.
okay? And were you able to understand what was going on that particular day?
Yes, I think so.
Did you have somebody with you who was making sure that you understood if you missed something? they could-
Yes, I had my fiance with me.
Okay. What, did you talk to a neurosurgeon in Espanola, or was it just the emergency room doctor?
It was just the emergency room doctor that I could recall.
Do you remember how long you were in the hospital in Espanola?
I do not remember.
Do you remember, for example, if you went in during the day, maybe in the morning, and by the time you left, it was dark out, anything like that?
I know it was after work, so that would have been about 5 o'clock.
That would have been when you first went in?
Yes,
Okay. And then do you recollect what it was like when you got out? Was it the middle of the night? Was it still light out?
I don't recall.
Okay. So did you contact Dr. Elias while you were in the emergency room? Did you try to call him?
The following day, I believe, is when we started calling.
Okay. Did anybody from the emergency room contact Dr. Elias while you were there to let him know what your situation was and that you would be calling?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you left the emergency room and where did you go from there?
I would say to my fiance's house.
Okay, do you remember or are you just kind of guessing where you went?
I don't recall.
Okay, how were you feeling when you left the hospital? The emergency room?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether you were able to walk on your own or did you need help walking?
And I was able to walk.
Okay, were you able to talk?
I think so. I don't recall that.
Okay, were you able to understand what the doctor told you and what your fiance was saying to you?
I think so.
Okay. So when you went to your fiance's home, what did you do?
I don't recall.
Okay, you said that this incident occurred around Thanksgiving. Was it to your recollection, was it before Thanksgiving or after?
I think it was before.
Okay, was it the day before, a couple of days before?
No, it was I don't know, I'd say maybe a couple of weeks or.
Okay, was it you had gone to work, so was it a weekday or did you work on weekends at the time?
I worked on weekends also.
So do you remember whether the initial visit to the hospital was a weekend day or a weekday?
It might have been a weekend because my fiance went in and he doesn't work on weekends.
Okay. So do I understand correctly that the next day after you were in the emergency room is when you started calling Dr. Elias?
I think so. I know it was shortly after my visit.
Okay, who made it? Was it you that made the call, or was it your fiance that was helping you because of your condition?
No. I think he was helping me because he's been pretty much by my side through all of this.
Okay. And how long did it take you? Were you able to get a hold of Dr. Elias or his office that first day that you called, or did it take more than a day to get a hold of him?
No. I think it took more than a day because I remember we got a call and they told me that I needed to be scheduled for a procedure. And so they scheduled me, and then on the day of the procedure is when I actually talked to the doctor, met him.
Okay, so do you remember when the procedure took place? Was that before or after Thanksgiving?
It was after Thanksgiving.
Was it in November, December?
I'm thinking it was after Christmas, because I remember he said it was a risky procedure and he didn't want anything to happen during the holidays if the procedure went bad. So I'm
Okay,
thinking it was
so-
after Christmas.
Okay, so you're diagnosed before Thanksgiving, and to the best of your recollection, you had the surgery after Christmas. So about 6 weeks, 8 weeks, does that sound about right?
I think so. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And by the way, if you're getting tired, please let me know. I don't want to make you uncomfortable with this, and nobody that's involved in this is intending to make you uncomfortable. So what was going on in these weeks between your diagnosis and your surgery? Did you go back to work?
I think I did. I think I worked up until the day before my surgery.
And how long, what type of work did you do? What was your job?
I worked at Habitat for Humanity.
And what did you do? Did you help build houses? Did you work in the office?
I worked in the store and we would go through and sort everything that came in, the donations. And then at the end of the day, I would do the closing paperwork.
Okay. And so do you remember when you got out of the hospital, did you go to work the next day or did you stay off of work for a time?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not you worked the entire time between your diagnosis and your surgery or just part of the time?
I worked part of the time.
Okay. Did you work less time than you did before the diagnosis?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the diagnosis, did you work full time, a 40-hour work week?
No, I was part-time.
Okay. How many hours a week were you working before you got diagnosed?
About 30.
Okay. And did that stay consistent? Can you remember, or were the hours reduced in between the diagnosis and the time of the surgery?
You know, I'm going to object again. I'm not sure the relevance of this to Mrs. Johnson's testimony.
The
Mr.
relevant
Padilla?
nature of her memory, and a lot of this she doesn't remember, but at some point in time, especially not only having an aneurysm, but later on having suffered a stroke, that obviously affects her ability to remember, and I'm particularly concerned with her ability to remember the incident in question.
I mean, you can ask her questions about the incident in question.
What I'm concerned about is I'm overruling the objection. Go ahead, but Mr. Padilla, if you could speed it up a little bit, maybe not ask as many questions. And you're repeating some of your questions.
Okay. All right, Ms. Johnson, you had the surgery sometime late 2018, and is that when you had the stroke at the time of the surgery?
No, I think it was after Christmas that I had my first procedure. And that was to coil the aneurysm, but it didn't work.
And what do you mean to coil the aneurysm?
He was gonna try and get it out. I'm not exactly sure what I just know it was to coil the aneurysm.
So somehow or other to take that imperfection out of your brain without actually cutting into your head, would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a procedure that was undertaken in the hospital? Or
Yes.
was that done in the doctor's office?
It was in the hospital at Presbyterian.
Okay. And was it Dr. Elias who did the procedure?
Yes.
Did you have to be anesthetized for that? Was there?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Were you admitted into the hospital for that procedure?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I take it that procedure then didn't work?
No, it didn't.
Okay, so Dr. Elias, then I'm assuming decided that you needed the actual surgery, right?
Sorry?
So after the first procedure failed, Dr. Elias decided you needed the actual surgery, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how long after the first procedure did you have the surgery?
I think it was just a few weeks.
Okay. And was it during that surgery that you suffered your stroke, or was it at some other point in time?
No, it was during that surgery.
All right. And how did the stroke affect you?
On my left side, I had a partial paralysis.
Did the stroke affect your memory in any way?
Yes.
Can you tell me what effect it had on your memory?
There's some things that I can't remember long-term memory, and my short-term memory isn't very good.
Okay, which is worse, the long-term memory or the short-term memory?
Short-term.
Okay. So when you had this procedure, when they actually cut into your skull, was it an operation where they cut a large portion of your skull?
Yes, they cut it from here all the way down to the bottom of my neck.
Okay, so let the record reflect that the witness pointed to the forehead area above her right eye and then moved back to approximately the top of her neck. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And were they able to deal with the aneurysm even though you had a stroke?
They had to clip the aneurysm.
So they removed it?
No, they clipped it so that way it wouldn't run.
Runs? Like
Mhm.
RUNS?
So it wouldn't run, yes. Because it's a ball and they clipped it on the bottom so it doesn't let out any of the blood.
Oh, okay. So you still have the pocket in your skull, except it's prevented from bleeding?
Yes,
Okay. And the stroke, you said, affected your memory and your left arm. How is your left arm today? To date?
my left arm's okay.
Okay, so where was the paralysis? Did I hear you correctly? The paralysis was in your left arm?
It was on my left side of my body.
Okay,
I couldn't see. My left side just wouldn't work.
so your entire left side from your shoulder down to your toes, would that be fair?
From my eye, and I'm still I don't have peripheral vision on my left side.
Okay. So when you say there was paralysis though of your left side, what part of your left side was paralyzed?
My arms, my legs, my leg, my left side.
Okay, was your arm paralyzed at all?
I didn't have control of it.
And how long did that last?
I think a few weeks, because that's when I went to rehab and they really worked with me on it.
So when this incident occurred on January 18th of 2019, you were being transferred for the purpose of going to rehab, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so was part of the rehab to get your left side working again properly?
yes, and to do occupational therapy. So that way I could start relearning a lot of things.
And what did you have to relearn?
Just even how to talk, how to walk, how to write.
And that, I take it, was all because of the surgery and the stroke during the surgery?
Yes,
So you could talk and walk and write and do those things before you had that surgery, right?
yes.
Yeah. So how long, initially, when you had the surgery, it was in the Presbyterian Hospital in Albuquerque, correct?
Yes.
How long were you in the hospital in Albuquerque?
I think a couple of weeks.
Okay. Were you in a regular room or were you in the intensive care unit?
I think I was in intensive care.
For the whole time or just for a part of the time?
I don't recall if it was a whole time or just part of the time.
Okay. And how was the decision made to transfer you to St. Vincent's Hospital in Santa Fe? Who made that decision?
Dr. Elias.
Okay, did he talk with you about it?
Yes.
Did you understand what was going on?
Yes, I think so.
Well, okay, you seem a little hesitant. Did you understand fully what was going on or just generally what was going on?
I think generally, because I was still under sedation and
Okay, were you kept sedated during the entire couple of weeks that you were in the hospital in Albuquerque?
I think for most part, yes.
Okay, and were you still under sedation on January the 18th when you were moved to Santa Fe?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you receive any physical therapy or occupational therapy at Presbyterian Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you get? What type of therapy did you get while you were at Presbyterian?
Excuse me. I got physical therapy, occupational therapy, and I think it was speech.
Okay, but was there then a particular reason why they had to move you to Santa Fe? Was it a different kind of therapy in Santa Fe?
I don't know. I'm sorry. All my therapy was done in Santa Fe. I didn't have any in Albuquerque.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. So when you were in Albuquerque, you were just in the hospital room recovering, correct?
Yes,
And for the most part, you were under sedation, correct?
yes, that I can recall.
And you can't really remember for certain whether you were sedated the day that you were transported, the January 18th of 2019. Do you just not remember, or
I don't remember.
okay. So what do you remember about the transport? Do you remember the people coming in to pick you up?
I remember two men going into my room, and there was a gurney outside of my room. And they took me to the gurney, got me on it, and then we went down the elevator and then out to the ambulance where they loaded me.
Okay. And what were you in bed when they came to get you? You in the hospital room?
Yes,
Okay. So did they get you up and walk you out to the hallway, or did they bring the gurney into the room and transfer you from the bed?
I remember the gurney was in the hallway, so I walked to the hallway.
Okay. And they helped you get in the gurney?
Yes,
Okay. And when you got in the gurney, did they strap you into the gurney?
I don't recall.
Did gurneys have guardrails on the side? Did they raise guardrails for your protection?
I don't recall.
Do you remember whether you were laying down flat in the gurney or whether you were kind of sitting up?
I think I was kind of sitting up. I don't think I was flat.
Okay. So they took you downstairs and they loaded you onto the ambulance?
Yes,
Did everything go smoothly at that point? No problems with that procedure up to then?
no, as far as I recall, no.
Okay. Were they talking with you?
They were, once we got into the ambulance, they were. But during the ride in the elevator, they were talking to other people in the elevator.
Okay. So they load you into the ambulance and then there was a guy driving and there was another guy in the back with you?
There was a smaller guy who rode with me in the back, and the bigger guy was driving.
Okay. And was it a typical trip to Santa Fe? Usually takes about 50 minutes, maybe an hour from Albuquerque to Santa Fe. Was that roughly the time frame that it took, or were there issues that slowed you down?
I don't recall how long it took to get to Santa Fe.
Were you comfortable during the trip?
The smaller guy that was sitting in back of me he was seemed pretty nice, and he was just making sure I was comfortable.
Did they have to administer any medication to you because you were in pain?
No,
Okay, so you got to Santa Fe and you got to the what they call the bays where they offload from the ambulances. Would that be correct?
yes, I remember it was dark. I remember them driving in, and then they parked.
Okay, so when they parked, did they back up to the area where they were parking? Or did they just go straight in?
No, they went straight in.
Okay? And what happened next?
They opened the back door and it felt like there was an incline, that the ambulance was parked in an incline, because just the way it was, it felt like it was an incline. And the smaller guy was on my right side and the big guy was on my left side. They started pulling out the gurney feet first. And I remember they pulled it out and it just tipped over to the left hand. And I tried to catch myself and I caught myself with my wrist and my knee. And then my left side of my head slammed into the ground.
Okay, so that we can understand exactly when you say your left and your right, when they put you into the ambulance, did they put you in head first or feet first?
Head first.
Okay, so when you say somebody was on your left-hand side, that means you were kind of laying down and you're using your left as when you're coming out of the ambulance, correct? Wow. That's a bad example. Your description of left and right is with you looking up essentially, correct?
Mm-hmm.
More on your back, not on your stomach, more like you're on your back, correct?
It was, I don't think I was laying down flat. I think I was at an incline.
So how did you said it felt like there was an incline. What was there about the situation that led you to feel that there was an incline?
Just the way they parked it when they opened the back doors, when they started putting down the gurney, it just felt like it was on an incline.
Okay. Could you see whether it was an incline or it was just a feeling that you had?
It was just a feeling.
When they were taking you out of the back of the ambulance, did the gurney come out really, really fast because you were on a downward slope?
No, I don't remember it coming down fast.
Okay, when they were taking you out, did it feel like they were in control of what was going on initially?
Mhm. It seemed like once the wheels hit the ground where my feet were is when they lost control. Because then I just remember flipping over. When I flipped over, I caught myself and I remember just sitting there.
Okay. So in your affidavit, you say, when the gurney touched down, it tipped over to my left. Does that mean that the gurney had touched down totally or just part of the gurney had touched down?
The feet part of it.
Okay, so were the wheels from the feet portion rolling like you would expect they would for you to be pulled out of the ambulance?
I don't know if they were rolling. I just remember it felt like they got the front part of it out and then it tipped right away.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, back to your question about the belts. I completely fell out of the gurney, so I don't think I was belted in.
You don't think you were belted in or?
I was on the floor and the gurney was behind me. I was sitting on the floor.
So when it was over, you were sitting on the floor, correct?
Yes, after I got dumped out, I was sitting on the floor and the gurney was, I was not attached to the gurney when I fell out.
Okay. And you say the gurney flipped. What do you mean? Did it just turn over entirely?
It flipped to the side, to the left side. And that's how I caught myself.
Okay. So it turned to the left, or it went down to the left? Is that what happened?
Yes,
And they couldn't hold you? Is that what occurred, or?
they didn't, it seems like they just lost control of it.
Okay. So in your affidavit, you say, when the gurney touched down, it tipped over to my left. You remember that?
Yes,
Okay. Then you say, in the fall, I was turned over and dumped off the gurney. So when you say dumped off the gurney, is that where you're saying your entire body was of the gurney?
yes, it was not attached to the gurney. I was sitting on the ground and the gurney was in back of me someplace.
Okay, so the left part of your head, you say that the left side of your head hit the ground, right?
Yes,
And where would that be? It was around your eye?
yes, it was up here. I stayed with scrapes here and a big bump. So it hit here and it caused a black eye and scrapes along my nose, my side.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness was making reference with her hand to the left side of her eye from approximately the top of her forehead down around her eye area and on the left side of her nose. Would that be accurate as to what you were showing me, Ms. Johnson?
Yes,
Okay. So you hit. Was that the first thing that happened, is your head hit?
no, my hand hit. My hand hit and my knee hit, which caught, and then my head hit the ground.
Okay, so what I'm interested in is when you're talking about your hand and your knee, your affidavit says your right hand and your right knee.
Yes,
correct?
my right hand and my right knee.
But yet you hit the left side of your head.
Yes,
So I'm trying to kind of get clear in my mind how this incident could occur, where now you've said that you used your right hand and your right knee first, and then your head got hit.
Yeah.
So how did that happen? Did you roll off the gurney? Did you just have a free fall, just fall off totally? What exactly happened?
when the gurney dumped to the left side, I completely fell out. And that's how I caught myself, with my right hand and my right knee, and then with my head.
Okay, well, you filed a lawsuit against Rocky Mountain EMS and some other people, including St. Vincent's Hospital, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And in part of your lawsuit, this is paragraph 35 of your lawsuit, it says, Ms. Johnson does not know the precise circumstances that caused the ambulance attendants to drop her. So do you know what caused this to happen at all?
no. I recall later on while they were wheeling me through the halls that one of them was saying that the gurney wasn't operating right. So I don't know if that's may have been it, or just because it was an incline, or they were inexperienced.
Okay, so when you fell, you said initially there was one guy to your right and one guy to your left.
Yes,
And it was,
The little guy was to my left and the big guy was to my right.
okay. And when it tipped over, do I understand correctly that the gurney tipped to the left where the little guy was,
It tipped to the right.
where the big guy was?
No, it tipped to where the little guy was,
Okay.
to the right, yeah.
And when you say it tipped to the left, you mean your left-hand side, correct?
No, it tipped to the right.
Okay. You said the left and you said the right. So why don't you just take a moment? Because I want you to be very clear about this. And if you need to think about it for a second, go ahead and think about it for a second, but I need to know which way the gurney tipped, whether it was to the left where the little guy was or to the right where the big guy was.
Tipped to the right. I caught myself on my left side with my, no, this is the left. I'm sorry. The left side, tipped to the left side. And I caught myself on my right side.
Okay, so it tipped to the side where the little guy was, right?
Yes,
Okay. And it sounds like somehow or other you got twisted and you were falling over towards your left with your right-hand side coming over the top. Is that what happened?
yes,
Okay. And the first thing you hit was your hand and your knee?
yes.
And did those hit at about the same time, or did the hand hit first and the knee first?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you hit the left side of your head after the hand and the knee touched, right?
Yes.
Okay. In your affidavit, you say that when I was on the ground, I believe I attempted to get up and I may have gotten to my knees attempting to stand. So you said you believe and you might. Do you know whether you were trying to get up or are you just saying, maybe that's the best I can remember?
I remember sitting there. Then I think I got to my knees.
Okay, so it sounds to me that when you fell, because you hit your hand and your knee, that you must have fallen with your body not in a seated position, but laying down. You fell more on your stomach, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then now you just said, I remember sitting down. So how did that happen? Did you place yourself in a seated position? Did the two guys from the ambulance help you sit up? What happened?
I did it myself. The two guys didn't really do anything. The only thing I recall the little guy did was give me a white sheet, which I put on my cuts right away.
When you say your cuts, what cuts are you talking about? Were you bleeding from your eye?
No, from the incisions, I was bleeding from my nose. I don't think I was bleeding from my eye, but my incisions needed to be protected, so I used that. And then I kind of sopped up the blood from my nose too.
Well, did the stitches get broken when you fell?
No, but it was cold that night and I think it was windy and I was trying to protect the incisions.
Okay, and you said you were bleeding from your nose. Does that mean you had a bloody nose?
Yes,
Okay, and so they give you a sheet, is that what you said?
yes,
So what did you do? You put the sheet over your head? And did you use it to try and stop the bloody nose?
yes.
Okay, are we talking about like a bed sheet, a big sheet?
Yes,
Okay. And so you were you were sitting and you tried to get up by yourself, or did they help you try to get up?
I don't recall. The next thing I recall is just being on the gurney, being wheeled into the hospital.
Okay, so you don't remember how you got back on the gurney?
I don't.
Okay, and do you know if the gurney didn't work properly when they were taking you out of the ambulance, did they have to do something to fix the gurney, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, do you know how long you were on the ground?
I don't.
Do you know if anybody saw this happen other than the two ambulance attendants?
I don't recall anyone being around. They were parked in an area where there was no other ambulances.
So there were no other ambulances unloading people at that point?
No, it was like they were out in the open, like it's not a parking lot, but just like out by the hospital. That's what it seemed like to me, that they're just parked near the hospital and they're offloading me there.
So it wasn't near the ambulance bay where people are offloaded to go
I
into
didn't see any other ambulances or vehicles around there or even people.
Okay, and I take it, nobody came up to see if you were okay, other than maybe the two attendants,
Yes.
okay? During the ride from Albuquerque to Santa Fe, do you recollect whether you were strapped in to the gurney?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recollect whether during the ride you had the arms lifted up to protect you, the sides of the gurney?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, in your affidavit, and this is paragraph 8, you said, "I'm certain that I was not attached to the gurney by any device and that I fell to the ground apart from the gurney." And that's the only part of your affidavit that says you're certain. Otherwise, the affidavit says you think something might have happened. So how can you be so certain? Or why do you say, "I'm certain that"?
Because when I fell, I wasn't attached to the gurney. The gurney wasn't on my back. It was separated from me. I was
Okay.
sitting there on the floor alone without the gurney attached to my body.
Okay, do you know whether you rolled off of the gurney as you fell down, or whether you had a free fall, whether you were just in the air and fell without totally without the gurney? Do you know?
I think I fell because that's when I caught myself with my hand in my knee.
Okay, you think you fell, but are you sure it happened that way, or that's just the best of your recollection?
I know I wasn't attached to the gurney because the gurney didn't fall on me.
Okay.
Mr. Padilla, is this a good time to stop? You have an hour and 3 minutes left.
That's fine.
Okay.
She looks like she might get a little tired anyway.
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Are you able to be here again tomorrow at 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And thank you all very much. Thank you, Kim. And we're off the record.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. See you all in the morning.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.